What's up, guys? Good morning, good morning. This is Cassava Watch. We're leaving the stream on 24/7 until this data comes out. You think I'm playing with you? I'm not playing with you. Talking about lives are on the line right now. This is like the Super Bowl to me. Talking about, oh, I left the stream camera on. Man, wake up. Take this shit seriously. I'm 24/7 Cassava all the time. NVIDIA's up. MicroStrategy's up. Oh, MicroStrategy's gotta be a short. Right? I mean, I thought it'd be out, honestly. So we're gonna cross some more days off the calendar, I guess. There's not too many days left. $21 days, 21 business days left. So that means every night it's a 5% chance of happening. By expiry Friday, 25% chance of happening next expiry. Play some music. I don't think that was the real Joe Springer, but that's funny. Pawn shop for nibbles?
Order filled.
I might do that anyway. Success or failure. Tesla, the problem with shorting great companies is you can't overstay your welcome, and you don't. Well, that's a good idea. We are patiently waiting for Cassava. I doubt it, Fedora. I don't see what the point would be. I would exit Adma at like 40.
Your ass get rolled on. It feels like my flow's been hot for so long. You thinking I'm a fucking fall off? You're so wrong. I'm innocent in my head, like a baby bone dead. Destination heaven. Sitting politic with passengers from 9/11. The Lord's blessings leave me lyrically inclined. Shit, I ain't even got to try to shine. Guards and seamstress that tailor fitted my pain. I got scriptures in my brain, I can spit at your dame. Straight out the good book. Look, niggas is shook. 50 feet, no man, warrior. Swing swords like Conan. Picture me, pen in hand, write lines, knowing the source of quoted. When I die, they'll read this and say a genius wrote it. I grew up without my pop, shit that make me bitter. I caught cases, I caught doctors, that make me a quitter. In this white man's world, I'm similar to a squirrel, looking for a slut with a nice butt to get a nut. If I get shot today, my phone is stop ringing again. These industry niggas ain't friends, they know how to pretend. Patiently waiting for a track to explode on you. You stun if you want, and your ass will get rolled on. It feels like my flow's been hot for so long. You thinking I'm a fucking fall off? You're so wrong. Patiently waiting for a track to explode.
Yeah, we're patiently waiting for Cassava to explode. gotta finish this paper. Because I actually have shit to do today. I have to go to the damn dentist. I have an investor call. My girlfriend's coming over. Let's go. Could be next week. Could be next week. Dentist just a checkup to see how my implant is doing. Yes, wifey. Yeah, 50 had its ups and downs in entrepreneurship. It wasn't that easy. Short Sava, eat Kava. Simple. I'm not sure, Mateo. Do you have a good idea? Yeah, it's not a scholarly journal article. I don't think I can get it peer reviewed and published in time. And I wouldn't say it's as rigorous as one. Yeah, right. Imagine Nature published stock picks. I just want to get all my thoughts on paper. I was up all night, but then I slept and slept really well, so I'm very energized. The Adani charges are crazy. just trying to finish this paper I've been working on for days. Oh. Not quite done yet. Yeah. Puts are dangerous for that reason. I wouldn't go all in on puts. Yeah. Of course I'll stream after the Cassava results. We'll go back to my normal program of stock picking, but it's too much money to be made over here. You got a total fraud $1 billion drug company. This is like Christmas.
Order filled.
Yeah, for sure. XD.
Order partially filled.
Monogram? What monogram? Oh, don't worry about it. Asking too many questions. Easy. Yeah, I'm sure they are. 1-2, I'm sure they are. They'll never, once they're done with Cassava, they'll never invest in biotech again. They never invested before. Exactly, pizza. We're buying Bitcoin.
Order partially filled.
And they buy the top, of course.
Order filled.
All right. Yeah, Nazmon, I mean, I have a lot of experience in this field. I've written a lot of reports like these in the past that have not been wrong. So I used to write them on Seeking Alpha. They can postpone. You can't postpone the truth forever. Yeah, Finance sucks. Use Godel. Godel, I can look up stocks super fast. Watch this. Nvidia, okay, up $3. I see you. SMCI, 27.50, up $2. How's Micron doing? 100.66. I see. Let's see. How's my favorite Cassava? Okay, it's flat. What else is going on in the world? I can watch all these and customize all these things. Man, it's over for Yahoo Finance. It's over for these hoes. Pinduo Duo. There's a lot of, really exciting parts about Godel. It's very similar to a Bloomberg terminal if you're familiar with that. It kind of works the same way, but it's 97% cheaper. And if you use the free version, it's 100% cheaper. The free version's pretty good, actually. Sign up for that. I should acquire Sava after it collapses. I think that would be funny. And just make the website a tombstone. Oh yeah, I see Snowflake is up a ton. Shut up, kitty. This cat is out of control. You just want to play? You just want to play? Okay. I don't pay any attention to you. We used to play all day. Yeah, I know. Oh, here's a mouse. Oh, what? It's a mouse. Huh? What's the mouse gonna do? Sava will be out before the end of the year, according to Sava. I could see them. You got the mousey back for me. What? Bring it back. Bring that back. You want to run it back? I see. You want to run it back. Where's he going to go? Where's he going to go? Oh. Run it back, run it back. Yeah, yo, you brought it for me? Yeah, look at this little mouse. What's he doing here? Why is he, how dare he? How dare he? Who said that, Nasman? Zoot Fitzgerald. Oh yeah. If any Cassava people want to come, this will be your last chance to talk to the master. You can come to my Discord channel. I'll let you ask me anything. I'll be benevolent and gracious in this time of strife for you. I'm sorry that you have to go through this. I'm sorry I'm going to take your money. But it's over for you hoes. It's fucking over. Okay? So if you want to come to Discord, hit that link. I could read you the obituary. I'm like Miss Cleo, man. I see the future. Just for drug stocks, I could see the future. I see a bag. A brown paper bag. And you're holding it. And inside of it is dog poo. There used to be money in there. But that money is now property of Martin Shkreli. And now the bag with poo is yours. Because you gambled on a stock that you knew nothing about. That's all I got in the vision. Sorry. Yeah, call me Cassandra. The fortune teller. All right, market's almost open. Yeah, I don't know how MicroStrategy just keeps going up and up and up. Should I short it? I gotta short some, right? I gotta short just a little bit. Just a little bit. A little tiny bit. What do you think is? What do you think I think? Tiny, 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 tiny bit.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
It begins. The beginning of financial destruction. Just one more hit. Diabolical. All right, we'll see what happens. I don't think shorting MicroStrategy is a great idea, but the bid-ask spread's like $1. Gotta love it. That's pretty nuts. The bid-ask spread's like... What does the 07 mean? Is that... I don't understand the 07. Real trap shit. Okay, I'm ready. All right. Yeah, and it's gone. Tried to short MicroStrategy. Yeah, it's gone. Gone. Diabolical. It's also raining here. More MicroStrategy? What do you guys think? It's like $4 bid-ask spread.
Order filled.
Zach, yeah, anything can happen in the stock market. Just keep, you always have to keep that in mind.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Shut up. Shut up. Fuck MicroStrategy. There, I said it. Ooh, DJ T dropping like a rock. I hope you guys followed me in this one. I made some money. Oh, we like making money in this bitch.
Order partially filled.
We love that shit.
Order filled.
I've got a taste for blood.
Order filled.
I was listening to
Order filled.
one of my favorite rock bands. They don't put out, I'm not sure they put out that much music anymore either. Block Party. They had this great album. I don't think they ever could like replicate it, but this was like the album. So good. Silent Alarm. I guess they did they? Oh, it looks like they kept making music. Sup, head cow?
Order filled.
EJT is plummeting, boys.
Order filled.
I think they might do something in crypto and try to get the stock pumping like MicroStrategy.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Fucking banger. It's a bloody banger, bruv. Bloody banger, bruv. Here's another one.
North to south, energy running on. Bravado, as if to say, who doesn't like chocolate? Who's born alive, don't die alive. Some things will never be different. Stop me. Some little time.
All right, bruv, I'm gonna pause the music. MicroStrategy could go red today. That's my prediction. Could go red. You got me? You got me, bruv. You got me. We're gonna go play some foot later. Bloody thing could go red. Skrelly saying.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
It could go up forever. Is that what you think, bruv? Come on, love. It's not going to 1,000, love. It can't get bigger than Bitcoin. Market cap of MicroStrategy bigger than Bitcoin. Come on, love. Are you hoping for a miracle?
There's a place, St. James Day. St. Bridget's gonna save the world. He's gonna are you hoping for a miracle? Are you hoping for a miracle? Are you hoping for a miracle? Are you hoping for a
Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
Nah, she don't think straight, bruv.
Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order filled.
You'll find it hiding in shadows. You'll find it hiding in cupboards. It will walk you home safe every night.
It's good deal making music, isn't it? Isn't it?
If that's the way it is, then that's the way it is.
It's good love making music too,
That's the
bro.
way it is. If that's the way it is, then that's the way it is. If that's the way it is, then that's the way it is. I still feel you in the taste of cigarettes. What could I ever run to? Just tell me it's tearing you apart. Just tell me
Waterfilled.
I mean, the whole album's really good. So I hope you guys like the 5 song with a sampler. Uh, Block Party. Old album. Nothing new, bruv. It's not new. Bloody Block Party. They love the Arctic Monkeys out there, too. Arctic Monkeys? Sava's not at 0 yet, no. MicroStrategy breaking down. Who told me not to short this? Who told me not to short this? Making thousands of dollars. Who told me not to short this? I wouldn't short Bitcoin per se. That's different. Sailor's crackhead, dude. This man's real crack hours. He's smoking crack daily. What's up, bruv? You want to hit this crack pipe, bruv? Just a wee bit of crack, bruv. Bloody crack, bruv, isn't it? Crack a banger, bruv. You're the bluest line. You're the bluest line. All right, I think I'm gonna cover MicroStrategy. Prove my point. May go red, may not, but it is down from its peak quite a bit. I bet you it goes red today, but I don't need to prove that to anybody.
Autofilled.
There we go. That's just the way it is, bruv. Yeah, that was a good return. That was a good return. Make sure you subscribe to Godell. I like having it right in the corner of my screen so I can just watch every tick. And then if you really are an animal, you watch the time in sales. There's a TAS. I don't know if you guys can see that. This is... I don't know where these prices come from. Those don't make sense, but maybe some other day or something. Oh, wait. This is not MicroStrategy only. Let me see here. We set this to 1 for min lot size. You could theoretically watch this too. I mean, it'd actually make more sense to watch this at a higher volume cutoff. I think that's probably better. So you're just looking for block trades. There's some weird database thing that we have from 1029 that messed up our tick store, but oh wow, MicroStrategy really might go red. Is 1,000 shares? This might be like 1,000 multiplier or something. I don't know. Let me do 100. Maybe we'll do 500. I forgot that the nominal value is actually pretty big. So 100 shares, a MicroStrategy is 50K. 500 shares is, 250. So But yeah, it's mostly small lots trading it, which tells you something as well. Yeah, I think that the size is not the lot size, so like it is literally the 100 shares traded. But, I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure. You are the bluest light. You are the bluest light. It's not a Ponzi scheme per se. No, I tweeted somebody got, I know somebody that works at Taiwan Semi and they got an ASML machine. Yes. Nvidia is down. Alert. All right, let's get back to business here. We got 3 doses.
Order filled.
Order filled. You are the bluest light. You are the bluest light. You are the bluest light. When the placebo arm is the best arm in the study. All right, placebo was 0.9. It's always priced in. Oh, MicroStrategy's almost red. I told you. I told you. In retrospect, it was a bubble. In retrospect, we should have seen it was a bubble. Okay. I don't even see. Okay, there it is. 0.7. These actually all went down. So they had improved cognition, which is kind of interesting. Oh, MicroStrategy red. Oh, I should have waited. I got greedy. Yeah, exactly, Oscar. Now the pain begins. No, I don't think we'll vanquish MicroStrategy so easily. Maybe. Trading 3x the Bitcoin price. You don't realize, though, Sailor is the value. Sailor gets it done. Sailor is Satoshi. Oh, it's red. Oh, it's red. It keeps dropping too. It's bloody red, bruv. DJT also down quite a bit. Well, as you know, quick trade, Mr. Zombie, it had a 50-50% chance of being right. Trader instincts are very valuable. Mine aren't exactly very good. But you know, blind squirrel gets a nut every now and then. Everything's on my GitHub. Sava.xlsx, I think. Check that out there.
Order partially filled. Order filled.
Just closing out of some DJT. I think DJT is going to try to pull some Bitcoin bullshit too, because they did go after the crypto thing like backed, and it obviously is working right now. If they announced it,
Order filled.
I mean, it's a conflict of interest for the president in it, but it's been a painful short, not really worth. I don't think X will buy DJT, but I do think they would if they had a bunch of Bitcoin. The problem is you have to cash out the public shareholders, and you got to cash them out for $6 billion, which doesn't work really well. Yeah, I don't even know if I made money shorting DJT net, but that's all right.
Order filled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order partially filled. Order filled.
I don't like Andrew left, but I really don't think they should charge him for that. He was a little careless with how he handled the whole situation there. When you make public statements about a stock, you should be very careful, and if you trade that stock, you should be consistent with how you trade it. Otherwise, you're manipulating. I've never said something public that I wasn't doing private.
because it's dishonest, it's dirtbag move, and I think he crossed over into that territory every now and then. Again, you know, it is what it is, but I don't think they should be charging him. I don't know much about Dr. Oz. I know my brother likes him. Damn. Sorry, balls. Did you just went long puts? Yours expire on Friday? Yeah, I mean, it's got to keep rolling it over. I mean, I wouldn't be all in puts. That's I don't think the strat. Yeah, I've looked at super micro quite a bit. Look at MicroStrategy dropping. You can buy calls as a hedge and short the stock. That's kind of my main game plan. Ooh, MicroStrategy's falling out of bed. Could have made 15, 20% today. Oh well. Well, MicroStrategy's down fast. We shorted this $100 ago. Damn. Yeah, we shorted. I covered it at like, I don't know, 480 or something. Wow, look at MicroStrategy. Holy moly. Don't worry, it's stoned. We got that coming. You think Skrelly's gonna not do that? Come on, man. You know me. Oh, Citron put a short report out. Citron's still up to his old tricks. Damn. They might remand him. I hope they don't remand him. Like, hey, we just arrested you for doing this, and now you're doing it again. Can you please stop? One way to stop you is put you in prison. I wouldn't be writing too many papers if I were him. Yeah, Morningstar owns some good properties. All of these big financial companies. Oh my god, good idea. Galaxy Gas. Easter egg in here somewhere. Shit is 20 pages before we even talk about clinical trials. Gorilla Gas. Yeah, we decided not to move forward with Gorilla Gas. The commercialization strategy involved some jail time, and that was just too hot to handle. Maybe next year. Galaxy Gas. We're all fallible, Dr. Wang. We're all fallible. I totally understand. I wish you and your family good luck through this hard time. You'll get through it. Yeah, we don't talk about Pelosi in this channel. It's kind of verboten. Yeah, pizza, pizza. That was a good trade. I didn't stay for all of it. I bailed out pretty quickly, but usually if a trade is going really well for you, really fast, you should stay in it a little longer. Getting out is not necessarily prudent. Whereas some of us are just engineered to book profits quickly, and that's not. You got to let your winners ride, you know? And I book profits on MicroStrategy way too quickly.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Am I supposed to go to the dentist? Shit.
Order filled.
I'll have to postpone again. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing the page numbers manually, but it's okay. I'll take them off and use the computer in a minute. I just want to get a sense for where I'm at. Yes, sardine, yes.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
I'm mostly writing it for myself. There's a lot of competition for that disease that Antilia is treating. Sometimes you just get a stock pick wrong and you just gotta fucking... What are you gonna do? I don't know if it's too late to short MicroStrategy or not, but you could try shorting a tiny bit. I wouldn't go all in here
Order filled.
just yet. I need the alpha fold. You know, I guess I could find it on my Twitter. I posted it a little while back.
Order filled.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, I've done medical devices. It's different from biopharma. Very different. MedTech is fun. It's like a real normal business. It doesn't have the craziness of biotech. It's like very trad, easygoing, nothing that wild, you know.
Order filled. Autofilled.
No, I don't have a newsletter.
Autofilled.
Epic poetry, yes. Okay, MicroStrategy's calming down. Where's Nvidia? Nvidia's down $1 or $2. I don't know why Buffett's buying it, but Gonna play a quick song here while I work.
We appreciate power. We appreciate
Hey, do you guys appreciate power?
Neanderthal to human being, evolution, kill the gene, biology is superficial, intelligence is artificial.
Yeah, BBB. You know it.
Some live, some live, some live, some live, some
Cassava has a phase 3 clinical trial that's going to be reported. It's called Rethink. It's a trial of around 900 patients, although 20 something percent of them dropped out. Um, and Rethink is going to have results reported by year end. That's what the company said, at least for now. In my mind, there's zero chance that the Rethink trial succeeds. And when I say zero, I'm not being like hyperbolic or like, nasty. It really is zero. I'm going to maybe get some more coffee. I'm also going to fetch a new contact lens. Bear with me. Okay, I should really stop sleeping with contact lenses on. Yeah, Kramer's not stupid. Kramer's smart. The reason puts are expensive is because everyone knows this company's a scam. A lot of times, Hodge-Nobler. A lot of times. It's a lot of smart people looking at biotech. They figure it out pretty easily. Can't squeeze me. Can't squeeze me, buddy. I mean, when we bought those puts, we understood that the chances were low, if you watched my video, but they were still worth the chance. I mean, it could come out tonight. We don't know. It has to come out. Look, there's only so many days left, right? There are 21 days left. So, like, theoretically, each day is a 5% chance, right? If you just pick the middle, I mean, they should basically have the data already. No, I never shorted GME at 5. I only short stocks when they're just like tremendously overvalued. They can release over the weekend, yeah. Listen, reality is going to come crashing down very soon. Don't worry. Don't worry about the price right now. When the drug doesn't work, the drug doesn't work. This is the only asset this company has, is this one drug. Yeah, it's hard to find shares to short, but Interactive Brokers has a lot. I think E-Trade has too. I think Fidelity does not. But yeah, you can't squeeze me. Oh, that's it? That's funny, Rafak. Hope I'm saying your name correctly. Yeah, ASPI is definitely a weird situation. Martina. A lot of experience we major, a lot of basic knowledge. I mean, there's just nothing there for Cassava. The odds are 0, Aspen. When you read my report, you'll see why. It just would violate the laws of physics, medicine, clinical science, etc. There's just no possibility. Seinu, there's a bunch of people that retail investors basically that own the stock. I don't know when I'm going to be finished with this report. I hope to finish it today, but I don't know. Yeah, Alex knows the old Skrelly. I haven't woken up this Skrelly in, oh gosh, 7 years? Maybe 9 years? It's time. It's time. I hung up my skates, but got one more game to play. About to make us remember who I am. Let's go. The Last Dance. Yeah, I should let CUNY know. Imagine you did a dissertation with Dr. Wang. He's like teaching you how to fucking fake Western blots. Okay, here you take a Photoshop. Oh, drag and drop a Photoshop. This is what you call high science. It's good science. Take the Photoshop and make a result what you want it to be. You don't have to do the work. It's faster this way. Don't like number? Change the number!
No, I would naked short Cassava. Who cares? What's gonna happen? The drug's gonna work?
Sava will never fail, even if Semifilam fails? Well, that's interesting. I'm pretty sure that some Cassava shareholders might sell the stock if Semifilam fails. They might say, yeah, I'm going to sit the rest of this story out. A couple of you boneheads might stay in. But you'll be like AMC stockholders. What will it take to make you capitulate? We appreciate power. You could use Sava calls to hedge and magnify your exposure. That's what I like. Yeah, so my girlfriend asked the question about the chance they get random success, and I think this misunderstands the p-value concept. And again, I admit I could be wrong, but there's some confusion as well from another hedge fund that messaged me, not another hedge fund, but a hedge fund that messaged me about this, and I don't think that it's well understood. And I'll explain that in a second. And I wrote a Python script to help people see this. And my hedge fund girlfriend, love you, baby. But anyway, let me just do one thing real quick, and then I'll continue my spiel.
Order cancelled.
God damn it.
Autofilled.
Okay, so basically you have some null hypothesis, and we're trying to reject that null hypothesis. My mouse. This mouse sensitivity is maybe too high. That's better. You have some null hypothesis, H0, and you get data. And here's the data. So I'm going to put semiphylem in red as 8s cog. Where's my mouse even? Okay, there it is. And you have some distribution. And this distribution has a mean and has a sigma. So we can call this like, I don't know, A0 for like arm 0. And it's got a sigma, let's say, I don't know, 8s cog -1. I'm sorry, a mu, or mean, and a sigma, say 7. And then you've got arm 2. And here's arm 2. This is placebo. It's basically the same shit, right? And this is A sub 1. And let's say the mean here is, I don't know, -0.9. And the sigma is probably going to be the same, right? Around the same. It could be 7.1. Okay. So if you have this distribution, the probability that you can reject the null hypothesis is what you're sort of trying to determine. And so if the data sets are the same, the probability that you can reject the null hypothesis is very, very, very high or low, depending on how you look at it. It's extreme because these data are so close to each other that there's no way to ever say that you could reject this. The p-value could be 0.99 or something like that, or 0.9, which means like these data sets are basically indistinguishable. What you need is separation. And if they don't separate, then you cannot reject the null hypothesis. Now, yeah, the power to detect a meaningful change is very low. So the hope, let's say, I'm going to put the semiphylem like hope in green. So the hope is that you do something like this, that you get separation. But the problem with getting separation is your drug has to work. You will not get this by accident. And praying for this to happen by accident is very hard to do as the sample size goes up. This happens all the time in small trials, n equals 30. And that's why we have p-values. So as the separation goes up, we can actually calculate some of the p-values. Let's take a look, actually, of this program that I made. It's on my GitHub. It's just called p-values. And let's take a look at it. Probably should not have run code from here, but whatever. Okay. Windows thinks it's a remote server. It's literally my hard drive. Okay, so anyway, here we go. And if you run this program, it'll ask you to enter your results because it's a great program. So enter the ADAS-Cog change from baseline for semifilam. Let's put in, let's say, -1. It doesn't matter what distribution they follow. And we know what the distribution is that they follow. Because it's going to be the same for placebo and drug regardless. All right, so let's say the mean change is 1. And standard deviation was, say, 8. The dropout rate is 0.25. We actually know that. ADAS-Cog change for baseline for placebo. Now let's put in a number that's close. ChatGPT did help me, but I've done this kind of work my whole life, so don't get me started. All right, so let's do standard deviation of 8 as well. Do you want to use the same distribution for both groups or randomize? The same exact distribution. Well, let's randomize. There will be some randomness. Do you want to enforce a maximum ADAS-Cog delta between the groups? Yes. Enter the maximum delta. I think we're trying to put something pretty small, so let's do 0.05. Okay, so here's what happened in our simulation. ADAS-Cog of placebo was better than drug, but they were close. And if you look at the data, the p-value is 0.87, which, let's go, Charles, which is really bad. We run 5 simulations. The average p-value was 0.67, and the maximum p-value was 0.8 and 0.5. So the distribution of p-values is going to be a function of the effect size. And the effect size is a function of whether the drug works or not. The randomness around the effect size does exist. That randomness goes to close to 0 in a phase 3 trial. It's been my experience. It's very hard to make. It's very easy to make one, 20, 50, 100 patient study will be random by necessity. Once you get into a 900 patient study, the effect size comes out and the randomness goes down. So it's very hard for all that randomness to kind of. Let's go, Andy. Andy, you should buy somebody a Godel subscription. I'm just kidding. But yeah, awesome, Andy. Or you should invest in DL software with those profits. You missed it, Andy. We were shorting MicroStrategy. It was at 550, and let's go. And we covered at like 480. It might have been, I don't know. I'll give you the exact numbers. Let's see. We shorted MicroStrategy at 522 and covered at 490. It was a little more romantic in my head than reality. But we shorted MicroStrategy at 522, and at one point it hit like 450, chat. Don't worry, Andy, it's no rush. We love you. You're our favorite sub at Godel. We want to give you your own color icon on in the chat room, maybe OG or something like that. Oh, so did you hear it? Maybe you were in the other day before, but yeah, so we made a little money shorting MicroStrategy. We covered. Yeah, we're not gonna. You're locked in, Andy. You're locked in at the same valuation. Come on, bro. We're practically family now. Oh, I gotta read the Glassdoor reviews. That does sound funny, Mr. Zombie. Remind me later, because that does sound amazing. Imagine the Glassdoor reviews. So the question from Wifey, adding more data points makes it less likely that the test meets the p-value by chance, but in fact the p-value threshold is not designed or defined to care. So let's look at something real quick. There's a really great tool, GraphPad. I'll put this in chat for all you guys to take a look at. Okay, so we're going to do semifilam here, and we're going to do placebo here. Now, what's funny about this is deterministic, right? There's no actual randomness in calculating the p-value once you have the test statistics. So let's say the mean was 1 and the placebo mean was 2. So there's actually a 1.8s cog difference. And this 450, you have a lot of power with 900 patients. The p-value just misses here, 0.06.
Autofilled.
If the standard deviation is very low, let's say it's just 2, what do you think is going to happen to the p-value? And I know my wifey knows this, but for the rest of the chat, what happens? I'm going to lower the standard deviation from 8 to 2. What will the p-value do? So again, I want you guys to pay really close attention to this, because everybody gets this wrong for some reason in biopharma, including this hedge fund has some math PhDs working on it. And look, math is a big subject. Statistics is not the only subject in math. So anyway, let's do semifilam, or let's just do this. Mean is 1, SD2, or we did SD8, N 450, something like this. I can even get rid of the commas. Okay, this is semifilam on the top and placebo on the bottom. And the p-value was 0.06, which is technically a failure. Okay, so what's going to happen? The p-value will decrease by a lot. Of course. And the p-value here is less than 0.00001. Kind of amazing. So let's jot these results down. See if we can make heads or tails of this over time. So here, M is 1, SD was 2, N was 450, M was 2, SD was 8, N is 450. Here,
Autofilled.
and the p-value was less than 0.0001. Okay. And the confidence interval of that difference was 1.26 to 0.74. Now, unfortunately for Cassava, the standard deviation is pretty high. Let's use 7. But there's also dropout, and dropout is kind of a problem here because you're dealing with about 20-something% dropout. So you really have 360 patients of power. Now, how do you get a 1-point separation? Well, that's a Cohen's d-value. Cohen was a great medical statistician, and he said that if you look at the effect size over the standard deviation, you have this Cohen's d-value. And good medicine has a d-value of greater than sort of 0.5 or even 1. So you want the higher d-value. But here the effect size is 1 on a standard deviation of 7. So it's really not actually clinically meaningful. Let's see what happens as our sample size drops to reflect the dropout. And remember, this is if Cassava has very good luck. If the drug doesn't work, it's just as likely that the placebo is stronger than the drug.
Autofilled.
But how likely is something we'll get to in a second.
But with a good randomized study, they should be equal. And that's been my experience in this field. All right, so M is 1. Standard deviation is 7. We'll lower that down a little bit to please the bulls. N is 360. M again is 2. SD is 7. And N is 360. What do you think the p-value will be relative to the first test we did? That was 0.06. Anybody know? We are getting a little less standard deviation, but a lot less sample size, 20% because of the dropouts. Now, how you treat dropouts in statistics and biostatistics is very interesting, but not really for here. Anyone have a guess on the p-value? I would say 0.1, maybe 0.15. What do you guys think? Take a guess. Let's see. 0.0557. Interesting. Interesting. So it actually got a little bit better. It's about the same. So that standard deviation matters a lot. Sample size matters too, but even with less sample, that standard deviation is very sensitive. Very sensitive. And notice the confidence interval just barely overlaps. Okay. Let's do something a little closer. One effect size obviously is going to be tough to come by. In phase 2, they had an effect size of 0.5 or 0.6. So if they replicate that same effect size, which remember there was p-value for that was 0.45, so it's extremely likely to be due to chance. But let's say they replicate that. Will they hit stat sig? No, they won't. The p-value is 0.25 here. So they need at least a point of 8 SCOG. But in phase 2, they didn't get a point of 8 SCOG. They got a sixth of a point. So unless we have our standard deviation very wrong, it is basically impossible for the trial to work, if you think about it that way. Now, luck can play a role, but luck plays a limited role in most of these cases, in my experience. The same discussion was had for Dimebond, which was very illustrative, where Dimebond's phase 2 had 4.8 SCOG. But in phase 3, unfortunately, the effect disappeared due to sort of law of large numbers, and the rest was history. It's kind of like flipping a coin 20 or 30 times. You know, you might just get lucky and get a lot of heads, but if you flip it 900 times, you're not going to get lucky. The only way you could get lucky is actually thank you, by the way, for that. The only way you could get lucky is if the coin is actually biased. If the coin is biased, well, that's the whole point of the study. You win. The drug works. But you can't get a biased coin with 900 flips by accident. Or at least we don't think we can. The odds of it are a lot lower, at least. But there's still some chance, but it's very, very low. In fact, let's kind of look at what that looks like. So let's say that they're very close together. But let's even say that there's even less standard deviation. They behave very normally. The p-value here is 0.7885. And this is likely, you can have a weighted coin, or a weighted dice or whatever. So there are ways for coins and dice to be predictable, depending on how you throw them. There's a bunch of stuff. But anyway, that's just abstraction. So in this case, if the separation is small due to randomness, the p-value is very small, 0.788. So you really need an effect size. And the more of the effect size you get, the more you're realizing that the drug does work, because you're overcoming the standard deviation hurdle. And your Cohen's d-value is starting to approach something that looks like a medicine instead of a placebo. So that's kind of the way I look at it. I don't think that there's a chance that, I think the effect size will be true in 900 patients. Hope that clears that up. I'm sure, let's just say millions of dollars. Let's leave it at that. That Andrew left thing was kind of crazy, huh? All right. So I don't know if that helps a little bit or doesn't, but that's kind of the way I think about that. I do think that the idea that there's a chance it happens due to randomness, well, you basically need this effect size to be good. And that is not going to happen by accident. I don't really care if Sava goes up or down. I care about what happens when the data comes out. So here's an example of 1.5 points 8s cog will likely to meet the primary endpoint. What's up, my kitty? Look at this little munchkin. Hello. Hello. If this trial fails, kitty, I'm putting you in the stove. We're going to have kitty fried rice. Yes. I'm going to put you in the microwave. I'm going to put you in the pot. And as I turn up the stove pot, I'm going to cut some carrots, throw it in there, a little bit of salt. Yeah, we're going to eat you. We're going to eat this tail. I'm going to eat this tail. We're having Haitian tonight. A Haitian cuisine. She's not. She left. I'm out of here. Nigerian. Where are all my real Nigerians at? Yeah, so you need some 8s cog change, and it's just hard to get. If you look at some of the studies I'd looked at, getting separation from placebos is really hard. We appreciate power. I have considered that. The nice thing about binary events is the rubber has to hit the road. So in a stock like NVIDIA, they're growing very rapidly. The AI revolution is here. They're powering that revolution. Whether you believe that or not, doesn't matter because the revenue is going up every quarter. So shorting that means that you have to wait for definitive proof that the AI revolution is not here, that it's slowed down, or is a lot worse than expected. You might have to wait years for that to be proven. So shorting NVIDIA is a little scary because the market can be very irrational. Even if the AI revolution isn't here, the thesis could change to something else. With Cassava, again, there's no such thing as a perfect trade or risk-free trade. You can always lose money, no matter what it is. But the nice thing about biotech that I've seen over the years is that if you have one asset, which is a drug, and that drug's phase 3 clinical trials are due by a certain date, the amount of time for chicanery of that stock, or maybe say the stock deviating in a large way from its true price, that amount of time has shrunk dramatically. And in fact, in the scheme of things, the time is basically zero. The stock go up this week or next week, sure, it might, but the reality must come in the next 20 business days, which is pretty great. Reality must be here. So it could be tonight. If it's not tonight, it could be tomorrow night, but there are only so many days left, around 20 business days. And again, we want to look at every single angle. If we don't look at every single angle possible, we're cheating ourselves. The last thing you want to do is be like the Cassava long that puts the fingers in the ears and says, la, 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 I don't want to listen to you. We don't do that, right? We want to look at every single
autofilled.
We want to look at every single angle completely dispassionately. I don't think that's true, Zan. In fact, the work I've done shows that mild and moderate are no different in Alzheimer's. That once you're in symptomatic stage, that disease process does not change. If you want to do disease modifying, you got to go 10 years earlier. Once you're losing your mind, it's over. They can delay the results. Sure, they can do anything they want. They can put out fake results, but the probability of all that stuff happening is pretty low. Mateo, I mean, the pros and cons are fairly obvious to that. I do think Galaxy Gas would outperform Simifilam. There's only been insider sales of Humusite. They can do, I mean, they can't, but they, technically, who's going to stop them if they say they don't want to put out the results? Eventually, it's going to be the SEC, the FBI, people like that. Oh, that's funny, Ross. Yes, that's right, Head. Head and East is right. I don't know if they have 4 days or not. I mean, that these are not always, strictly observed things. All right, let me finish this stupid report so I can move on with the rest of my life. No, nobody knows the clinical trial data right now at Cassava. It's not expensive to hire somebody, especially if, I mean, you got 150 million in cash. Hiring somebody for 150K is not a big deal. I think Rick Barry is, he's sitting there as CEO, wants to expand the team a little bit. There's very few people that actually work at Cassava, so he's looking to pick up some people, maybe people he's met over the years as well. I mean, I don't know. Ultimately, who Rick hires is up to Rick, but I wouldn't try to read tea leaves too much. Yes, she also did some stuff outside of medical, but let's not disrespect the CCO. I'm sure she's good at what she does, but people like jobs. I don't see them repurchasing stock. When you have a biotech company with a failed drug, you do anything to conserve your cash, not to spend it. Schmelt, people want their salaries. You know, salary is a nice thing. Bonus is a nice thing. Plus, if the drug works, they might see a 50x and they get some free options. So it costs them nothing to join the company. In fact, they're getting paid. And a lot of times, these people have no idea about clinical data, just like you. You don't know how many idiots I hired from Big Pharma that I had to teach statistics to. But the mild group works. Let's just run a trial in mild. Is it your $50 million that you want to spend on that trial? I'd say they were new to the industry. I'd say they're just stupid. There's a lot of people in the industry not that smart. That's why they never rose to a high level in the industry. Even, we look at resumes all the time, people from Google or Facebook, and they're idiots. Just because you worked at Google or Facebook doesn't make you a great programmer. We had guys come in, spend a day with us, try to program. They couldn't program their way out of a hat. I mean, let hat equal false. It's not that hard. But jokes aside, I think you're trying to rationalize something that doesn't, like, you're not attacking it from the right angle. Yeah, Kramer's very very smart. There is a referral program for Godel. It's godelterminal.com/referral.
Autofilled.
No, Cassava has not seen the final results. I actually am making a website as well on the Cassava situation. It's called ontheimpossible.com. It's still not up yet, but it's going to be like an interactive site in React that kind of goes through the Cassava saga and helps people understand how it all works. It'd be good for me to dust off on some web dev. And Cassava doesn't know because data is blinded, and the data is blinded in a database, and the database gets locked by the CRO. Then the CRO unblinds the data, then you know. But the database lock takes time. I don't know why Sava's up, I don't care. Thank you, Roya. No, the clinical development officer doesn't know any data. The database stays locked. The way it works is, okay, let me explain. You can see the blinded data in aggregate. That is correct. That is how all clinical trials work. You have the study investigators. I'll put those in these little boxes. This is each doctor. Shut up! And using a electronic system, there's a company called Metadata that makes one. They're now part of the French software company called Dassault. This goes into the CRO's data platform. This is a doc, or study site. That's probably a better way to put it. So CRO has all the data and it's blinded. It's blinded data until data cleaning. So this is like looking for data that wasn't inputted correctly, double checking, stuff like that. And it's still blinded. Then finally, you have database lock. And this means the data cannot be changed. It is permanently locked. That is the final data set. No backtakes, no backseas. Then you do the unblind. You run the stat plan. And you have the results. At that point, you should report it immediately, but there is a chance that they say, well, you know, technically the milds did better or some bullshit like that, which would mean they still failed the primary endpoint. But I don't think the milds will do better. I actually think the moderates will do better this time around. This is the coin flip. There's no actual meaning. This is a phase 3 clinical trial. This is the final trial to determine if it works or not. Nothing wrong with leak code. it's not too useful to memorize lead code blindly. I think you have to understand the concepts, which are a lot harder to do. It's a lot easier to memorize the patterns. That's still not useless. I just think, you're much better off studying, the theory behind it. Database is not locked according to what they said recently. They're still data cleaning, but it doesn't take that long to lock a database. And this whole process, the data cleaning process, is a little laborious. This is like 4 weeks, and we're past 4 weeks. This whole thing can all take place in one day. They did not lock on the 13th, unless you know something I don't know. It does not take 30 days. It takes 30 minutes. It should be soon, but they could take their time with data cleaning. It is a big trial. They may not have the resources. I don't know. It's Jover. It's Jover. Let's go linked list enjoyers. This p-value is really good right here. Yeah, you should enjoy everything. I agree. All data structure, enjoy yours. I think people do serious code interviews. They are picking the brain of somebody as they're doing a problem. So just blindly doing the problem is not going to get you very far. Get over there, kitty. I should love you. I should love you. You're distracting me, kitty. I got work to do. Why are you chewing plastic, kitty? You like that? Yeah, you like that? Stupid cat. Must feel good to her somehow. Let's go, Andy. This is what she's chewing. It's like, you know, the container for a fork or spork. She wants to chase it for some reason. She loves chasing. You throw stuff, she chases it, she brings it back in her mouth like this. Then she puts it down with her mouth like, boop. And you're supposed to pat her on the head because she did a good job. Warren Buffett impersonator act. Listen, guys, I've been building Berkshire 65 years, okay? And all of you should suck my dick because I'm the goat. I'm the goat. I've never lost money like you fucks. That MicroStrategy guy, he belongs in jail, okay? And poor Charlie, rest in peace. I miss him every day. So that's all I got to say. I'm 95 years old. Kiss my ass. I used to be a real Buffett-holic. I could impersonate him even better. Because I know the stuff he would say about like See's Candy and stuff like that. But I still love Buffett. I just, you know, I've grown into my own man. But yeah, I studied everything about Warren Buffett. I know stuff about Warren Buffett nobody knows. Just addicted to Buffettology. I got some candid photos of Buffett that nobody's ever seen. I got some... A friend of mine had dinner with him for... Many of my friends have had dinner with him and have told me some really interesting stories. I think he's great, yeah. I mean, he's really the GOAT. Joe, that's going to earn you a timeout, Joe. Yeah, it's definitely continuously improving. We're getting Dow Jones newswires. Remember, you can always exclude newswires from the Godel News if it's too much. And then we will definitely have like a top news. I think that maybe that's what you're asking. We will definitely have a top news thing. I don't think... he's old. He's going to die at some point. I think Berkshire just makes a lot of money. You know, they have a big investment portfolio and they invest... How they invest? And the SEC and DOJ really just read the newspaper, and when they see something, they're like, oh, you know what? I'll arrest that guy. That's how they get 90% of their news. Warren Fluffit. I love it, Susan. Ah, Warren Fluffit. This is good. I'd love a cat named Warren Fluffit. The Sava results will show up on Godel, yes. We're going to have some new AI stuff, Anthony. That should be good. You know, rest assured, you know, we know how to make a better product than Bloomberg does. There's nobody at Bloomberg's traded as much in the markets as I have. So I know what people actually want. You know, those guys are all just product mommies. It's literally a company of product mommies and DEI people. All of Wall Street is ready to switch. They hate Bloomberg. I can't wait. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Anthony. There are some programmers at Bloomberg, but they work like an hour a day just doing SRE mostly. Service reliability. guess I should probably change this to Times New Roman. Maybe 12 font. Trying to pad this shit real quick. I'm just kidding. I don't care about the page count. Should I take one final read through? Make some final changes? I think it can make the table of contents automatically. We should be able to do pages automatically. Let's see how I do that. Insert page numbers. There we go. Page number, bottom of page, plain page number. There we go. Wonderful. I want the page numbers to be like, don't exist for this one. So can I delete it or can I? Okay, no, that doesn't work. All right, I'm gonna try again. Insert page number. In memoriam, Peanut and Fred. I like that. There are definitely programmers at Bloomberg. We like to talk shit, but different first page, yes. Oh, I want this to be like X and I. You know what? Fuck it. Right click the number, and you could format to start on page. Okay. There we go. Number format. Start at 3, maybe? Nope. Sava is a remote company. And yes, this is my Sava thesis. Bloomberg's not really an API company. From previous section, start at what? This is so bad. I think you have to make sections. All right, fuck it. Oh, I have to write the executive summary. But our terminal is $60 a month, so 97% off Bloomberg. Make sure you subscribe now. And if you do subscribe, you get to ask me any question you want, and I'll try to answer as fast as I can. A little busy right now on Cassava Watch, but I'm doing that for you. I'm doing it for you. And you lock in your price forever. That's the biggest part of the deal if you subscribe to Godel, because the price is going to be closer to Bloomberg's price eventually. But as we improve it, we're going to raise the price. But you know, you lock in for life if you subscribe now at 60. There's some people that locked in at 20 and 40 that are very lucky. I don't know when the next price increase is. What I really want is We're adding a bunch of foreign markets, and we're adding bonds, and then our options are pretty stable and solid, I think, right now. Let's see what options looks like. So this is sort of similar to the Bloomberg options console. You should be able to see fairly actively trading options, but options is still a little bit behind for us. Let's see what's going on. Okay, it seems to work. Yeah, it flickers very quickly, so you can't see it, but it's funny because like you have to open a socket connection for every option, which is a little bit crazy. And we found a way to do this by bundling them. But so we sort of just do it in pulses. But I think we're going to use web workers and WASM to be able to somehow do it. Charting has to improve. We're not the greatest charting platform. We do have a big chart upgrade coming. Let's see, what else? Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of AI tools coming that Bloomberg just doesn't have. The roadmap in general is, we want to help people do more sophisticated investing with quantitative stuff and other stuff Bloomberg just ignores. We may do order entry. We definitely want to do like portfolio systems so you can compare results with people and those kinds of things. But I think other asset classes is important. So eventually we'll get to $80 a month. And eventually we're just going to get off the monthly pricing in general, just so we can get to usage-based pricing. But definitely expect being able to like put out time series neural networks and like other advanced stuff here. I think we'll go public someday, yeah. Yeah, TeamViewer is very good at not TeamViewer. TradingView is very, very good at charts. And we wanted to work with them to use their charts, but they make it a little difficult to do so. And if you look at Binance and stuff like that, you can make a chart. You can make a really good chart system yourself independently. It's not that hard. But if anybody there is out there that is good at it, we'd love to talk to a custom chart maker. Locked in guys will get the full features. The reason we're doing lock-in at all is we're pre-launch. We haven't launched publicly. You guys obviously know about it, but the world at large does not know Godel exists. So once we launch publicly, there'll be no more price protection. We'll just switch to usage. Some people's bills will go up, some will go down, but the OG first couple thousand customers will have locked-in pricing. I mean, we hope to get to 100,000 customers or 500,000 customers at some point. So I think, having a couple thousand customers in this weird old pricing plan that eventually will turn off at some point. That's weird, Paybu. If you could just send us... we have a lot of customers. We have a lot more customers than I thought we would at this stage, so I'm very happy. Yeah, that's not too far from our cost to feed the users data. There's no open source part of it. Godel will be able to charge. Bloomberg. I mean, Bloomberg is $25,000 a year because it makes you more productive. So let's say your salary as an analyst on Wall Street is $200,000. Will Bloomberg make you more than 10% productive? I think the answer is yes. So the reason is you have this command line, like I'm showing you right now, where if you work 10 hours a day on Wall Street and you want to pull up SEC filings, it's really hard to go pointing and clicking. You don't want to use the mouse. You just want to, look stuff up with your keyboard. And that's the nice thing about Godel. It's a nice thing about Bloomberg is you have this command line system where you don't ever have to lift your finger. And that's why, there's something really, really nice about that. It's a lot like the way a programmer programs in terminals and Linux and stuff like that. They don't, if they had to point and click on everything, they would quit. You can even move stuff like this. I'll go to L. Resize. I really care about AbbVie. And I think there's a button. I think you can send it all the way across the screen. Oh, there you go. Control Shift sends it. Yeah, so there's a lot of. We want to make it so that you never have to use your mouse. Right now we're not there yet, but like you should be able to do everything with a mouse. And that's the Excel mantra too. Oh, that's a good idea, Kaylin. I think we have captured 10 to 20% of Bloomberg, maybe closer to 10 at a 3% of the price. So it'll take time. We're in it for the long haul. This is not going to be an overnight thing. But I think we have, we're going to have a stronger social function where people can talk and get to know each other. On Bloomberg, it's like strictly anonymous. They don't really give you a lot of options. And you can't really talk to management easily at Bloomberg. They just don't know what's going on. Mike's very checked out, and their talent bench is very, very, very limited. There's no public roadmap. But yeah, we'd like to make it easier for private equity and all that. Yeah, Jonas, we don't care about, you can share accounts. That's not something we're cracking down on anytime soon. Bloomberg's very, very, very aggressive about cracking down on sharing. They make it impossible to share. They lock you into 2-year contracts. Like, people hate Bloomberg. They make it hard to log in. They log you out automatically to force you to log back in. Yes, Tyler. Yes. Locked in users are going to be just a special class of users that just always have this privilege. And you can sell your account. We're not going to stop you from, if you wanted to sell your account to Citadel or something, you can do that. But if you miss a payment, you cannot. I think we have to figure out what the grace period is, but if you do miss a payment, you got to go back to the back of the line. If you didn't update your credit card correctly or something, we'll give you a grace period. But if you affirmatively cancel, it's over. It's over. Relationship over. New best friend is who are our competitors? Finviz, some shit like that. Hell yeah. Also, we're hosting an event for Godel users, and Trump might be speaking, so we'll see. Trump spoke last year at this event. This guy's a prick. Looks like a prick. Get out of here, kitty. I can't see my screen, kitty. Get the fuck out of here. The Sava discount's pretty good. I think they've all been used. We only had 10 discount codes, but if you use the Sava discount, it's 50% off your first month. But your first month's free, so it's really 50% off your second month. Yeah, SMCI was okay. I swear to God, kitty, if you don't get the fuck out of here and go to sleep, it's over for you. We're going Haitian on that ass. It's in New York City. It's a Young Republicans event. Limited only to Godel users. You get to sit at a table and hang out with me for a few hours. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And it's limited space, so it's first come, first serve. Well, it's not an open invite event. It's a gala event. I have to find something to wear. Toga. Toga. Looks like my average price on Cassava is right around here. Yeah, Steve Bannon is going to be there. That's right. I don't know if that's lit or not, but oh, this report will be public. If you want to invest in DL software, you have to be an accredited investor and you have to email me, or you can contact me on Godel itself. Hopefully you're a customer before you're an investor. Sava short interest will hit around 100%. I don't know what our splash page is done on. It might be done on Squarespace. Is that okay with you? I am not getting paid to write a thesis. I I've graduated from that. I'm 41 years old. I've made hundreds of millions of dollars. Who would pay me to write a thesis? Think about that for a second. I get paid when the stock goes down. There's a lot of work to write a thesis. I could be working on my. Yeah, it's around 1 or 2. I would say that's right, CL55. Sometimes 1 every 2 years. Well, I want to get my thoughts on the record, BioInvestor. Jonas, that's if you pick FINRA. If you're a FINRA member, we pass through an extra cost. I do want to get rid of that, but yeah, if you're a FINRA, if you have a FINRA license, that's. Nathaniel, I'm also going to make a website about Cassava. Yeah, if you have any of the series licenses, it's more expensive because we have to count you as a professional, and then all the data services like NICE and NASDAQ charge us more. We should probably just eat that, but we pass it. But yeah, if you don't have a FINRA license, it should be 60. If you have a FINRA license and you don't disclose that to us, that's certainly on you, but I don't encourage that. And if we find out, we would probably have to terminate your account or upgrade you. It's very hard to find great developers. Godel, I mean, we're putting millions of dollars into it. Gates is there news on Gates? He's backing out. Go to dl.software, you can see the job description. I'm going to have kids. I've been writing it on and off for about a month. Yes, that's right, Brian. Sure, Keith. Martin at dl.software. You have to be an accredited investor. And we're not taking any tiny checks or anything, so. Well, accredited isn't strictly required actually on safes, but the accredited threshold is very low these days. I just don't want, any pikers. I mean, the accredited threshold is like you're gainfully employed basically at this point. No, you can be accredited if your income is like over 200K or something. Yeah. Oh, it's pretty limited. And you also, for a safe, I don't think you need to be accredited for a safe investment, but we'll double check that. Certainly people don't check, that's for sure. It's not typical that you have to submit your accreditation on a safe, but I'm so used to that from the private placement exception that it's probably good practice to have anyway. You don't want somebody like putting in their last dollars in your startup. Illiquid securities are not the best to hold. You have to be prepared to ride them for years, and you have to be prepared to ride them to zero, which is often where they end up. Now, occasionally you'll hit something out of the park. You can make a 20x, 50x, 100x even. Some people have made 1,000x. But those are rare. Those are the Googles. Nice thing about a company like ours is like financial services companies tend to make revenue and profits quickly, whereas like products that are like more loosey-goosey, like a social network or something, a lot of times they could even get traction but still lose money, and it's sort of over. I don't know why Sava's pumping today. I don't really care. Competition doesn't really matter in pharmaceuticals. Yeah, we are looking at acquisitions actually, Exodus. I made several acquisition offers this year. But yeah, the breakthrough drug is not Cassava, unfortunately. It's this drug is a dud. I mean, everything I'm saying is just pretty critically bad for this company. I don't really know what put you should buy or what expiry. Like, to me, I think options are a little bit dangerous because you have to get them exactly right, and it's hard to do that. But I like just the outright short. Simiflam will never be approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. I think they're not too happy with Cassava. Some people think they're going to shut it down, that they'll shut down the IND and investigate and stuff like that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't think they should. Outright short is when you just short the common stock. I don't think the FDA is going to get gutted.
Autofilled.
I think it would be a big mistake if they did.
Autofilled.
My P&L's not changed very much. Remember, I've seen it all. That was before all the fraud came out. Yeah, absolutely, Exodus. It's not good when you lie to the world and lie to the FDA, and the SEC has to fine you, and that stuff's not good stuff. The DOJ gets involved. Now, again, I don't trust government. I don't like government. I don't like when they do stuff like that, but still not great. There are no super responders to semiflam. There's just noise in data sets. For every patient that did well, there's patients that did poorly. There's no, it's like an easy to see misunderstanding if you've seen this before. Again, it's a lot of first timers investing in this stock. I had that on my X, is that like the average Cassava investor is brand new to investing in biotech. Probably just brand new to investing, period. I haven't met like a smart biopharma investor that likes Cassava. And I've looked hard. If there's somebody who wants to chat with me, my Discord's open. You're welcome to come chat. I've posted the link many times, but nobody wants to do it. Well, the DSMB is company employees, right? So keep that in mind. The FDA does not intervene on trial results, but I think after the results come out, they may want to take a look. I don't think the FDA should stop them, but I knowing the FDA, it's possible. But we'll get the results one way or another. If the results are good, I don't think the FDA is going to stop them. But the theory, that that the FDA will halt it all is not unreasonable. The idea is like they lied to submit their IND, they lied in submissions to their IND. It is a felony to lie in submissions. So it depends on what they said in their IND supplements and stuff like that. So again, I think they should be able to run all the studies they want. But yeah, I don't think it makes a difference how much people own of a stock or don't own of a stock. If you want to own the stock of a company with a failed drug, I mean, there's plenty of them out there. Yeah, the marginal traders make the price, right? It's not the holders that make the price. So none of you can have a stock go down 90%, even with 99% of the holders not changing their position. No, the mild to versus moderate thing is a farce. That's just a spurious finding. And it's not even a good finding. They only had a 1-point decline in the controlled withdrawal. All the other data is irrelevant. 1 point was not even stat sig. So like they failed. They failed the mild study too. Well, pembrolizumab has been a really great cancer drug. For example. So we've already had some really good cancer drugs. There's been great cancer drugs over and over again. I don't think you understand just how many innovations in cancer there's been. But yeah, no, we would all like more. Yeah, I followed Elector a little bit. Which broker are you getting short in? The borrow has dried up a little bit.
Order filled.
But the placebo group in the random
Order filled.
withdrawal came off semaphylam. Yeah, but if they came off semaphylam, the effect should be gone. Right? They should resume their decline that they were declining before, presumably. There isn't any drug that continues to work after you stop taking it. That's a fancy drug. Order filled. There's no stock left on the interactive brokers. Well, you can trade the options, I guess. Sell a call spread or something. Interactive is usually good about getting more inventory. That's a good idea, but you could just do paper trading, which I think we're going to try to support on Godel pretty aggressively. That's one of our main goals for Godel, is to make paper trading and maybe even give you rewards for paper trading. Hopefully that doesn't get gamed or anything. But no, they're just out of inventory. They didn't block short selling. I think I have all the inventory, so. Yeah, we'll link Godel to interactive. Schwab doesn't have any. Fidelity doesn't have any. I think E-Trade might have some. I thought interactive's okay for hard to borrow. Better than a prime broker. Prime brokers are awful. think I should upload the paper now? What do you guys think? I'm not sure, Jonas. It's not near term. Let the world know. It's more or less ready. The dossier. Drop the dossier. Drop it like it's hot.
Order filled.
There we go.
Order filled.
You guys think the trial data could come out any minute? I think so. I think we're getting very close to the truth.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
Nice.
Order filled.
Elon went up like 20-30% before it went down 99%. So a little rally is just a good time to optimize your position. One last time. All right. I'm putting this thing out. Let's see. Bitcoin, 98. It's funny that Bitcoin's up, but my MicroStrategy's down. Bitcoin might hit 100. Autofilled. Autofilled. It would take maybe $100 for my position to be affected because I'm hedged, so I don't really lose money as the stock goes up. I only lose money as my premia decay. But so this is actually kind of good for me because my out of the money call options are printing now. Yeah, 11-12% is very good every year. That's why I'm kind of dumping my out of the monies. My followers, they should be fine as well. I mean, if you own, most people own puts, which the put prices should not change very much. I don't know why it sucks up, but you know. Burn, Shorty, burn. Get him, Shorty. What do you mean, Zofloxism? I should fake break down and start crying. Why are you guys doing this to me? Yeah, this is a gift from God to the lungs. Why? All right, let's see here. This has happened a ton of times in biotech. Elon is probably the best example, and that was Alzheimer's too. I said fake cry. I'm not. This shit is funny to me. I keep my word, man. If Cassava works, I will be Martina. Yes, Haiti. Working as a CGI. Sign of CGI. No, Gil, it's not. I've seen this a million times. I don't think it's a good sign, but I don't think it's a bad sign. Remember, Elon went up a fortune before failing and going to 2. Stock twits, the best contrary indicator. ELN, it was a big biotech a long time ago. ELAN was the name of the company. It was the biggest Alzheimer's drug, supposed to be the biggest Alzheimer's drug ever. It did not work. Phase 2 even looked good. It looked a lot better than Cassava. Did not go. No go. Yeah, let people hold the bag. That's fine by me. I don't care who holds the bag. Somebody's gonna hold it. P&L is going up. Which is, like I said, a little strange. So this is actually working out quite well for me. Let's see what I can do here. Martina. Don't call me Martina. Let's see what I can do with these calls.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I just canceled 20 orders. Now I'm about to flip the script. Flip the light switch. You guys ready? What's up, Harbs? We're all good on that thing, Harbs. Thank you for your help. I wish I had more time. I wish I didn't sleep so much yesterday. I wanted to get this thing done, but see if there's a good website I can upload this to. Let's see if I can make this GoDaddy real quick. Do I do Vercel? Should I use Vercel? Oh, retail sheeps, man. I hate taking retail money. I like taking other firms' money. But you want to donate it, I'll take it. It's like Harbs at the poker table. See a big rich guy walk in, you don't feel bad for him at all. I'm selling you entertainment. You're being entertained by my poker skills.
Order filled.
It's immoral. All right, let's see what I can
Order
do
filled.
here. Let's see.
Order filled.
Who wants to buy some calls? Okay. Yeah, let me go to the GoDaddy. Okay. Let me go to Vercel.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Okay.
Order filled.
Thank you for profits.
Order filled. Order filled.
It could be today. It could be right after the bell. Okay, let's see. How do I do this? I haven't done this in a minute. Next.js boilerplate. Okay. Create. Okay. Yeah, it's max pain theory. It's going to crush the shorts and the longs. I don't know if it's going to drop today or not. How could I know? Okay, let's see. I have to connect the domain. There we go. TypeScript. TypeScript. Okay. I think it is a possibility that the news is dropping soon. Sometimes price action gets a little scary around then. A phone call could be made, say, look, I can't tell you what the results are, but we're getting very close. We might put something out. I didn't get that call, but it's possible a NACTRAB could have gotten that call or something like that. Rumors fly, news leaks. Somebody should stand outside the Cassava offices for us. Let us know if there's any champagne bottles frothing. I don't know what the data is going to be. I know it's going to be bad because that's my hypothesis. But I don't have the data. I'm sure it'll be terrible. Oh, also sometimes a really interesting thing that happens is there's an embargoed press release. And so they write the press release for after the close. They
Autofill.
embargo it, which means you're not supposed to release the results, but they do
Order
spread
field.
around sometimes. All right, so let's see here.
Order filled.
The patent. I haven't eaten at all today. Yeah, that's one of the reasons it's up, is that all of Wall Street wants to short it, but there's no shares to lend out. But it won't take long.
Order filled. Order filled.
Thought I had the Shelton's paper in here. There he is. I just got his name backwards here. Yeah, no, I'm doing great. My P&L's actually moved up a ton. And I have a nice wire coming just in case. Yeah, you will learn some lessons. Oh, Joey, don't be so bad. He'll be okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm hogging all the short. You want me to let you guys have some? Hell no! Release could be tonight. Nobody knows. Get this freaking paper out. Nibbles is nibbling. Why don't they have titles for patents? It's kind of ridiculous. Patent. There's a title for patents. Okay. Here's Shkreli working on his Cassava thesis. He's planning on transitioning if the data are good. That's quite a lot to put on the line, John. He must be really
What a
convinced. He probably wants to transition anyway. Back to you in the studio. What the fuck was that? Call me Martina. Moving to Haiti with nibbles. Eating nibbles. All good. Life is fine. This is fine. This is fine. You know, the dog burning house down meme. This is fine. This is fine. Shaving bald. This is fine.
Autofilled.
This is fine. Nibbles, no. I should notarize it. I agree. You have no idea if that Biogen guy is a retard or not. Just because he worked at Biogen doesn't... It's been a pretty shitty stock itself. It's not like he's coming from NVIDIA.
Autofilled.
If he was coming from NVIDIA, I'd be excited. How many morons I've hired in pharma? Just because you have an extensive background doesn't make you smart. If they were smart, they wouldn't be going to work at Cassava, I can tell you that. Sometimes people just want a job. If it all took to get a great stock was hire a couple of people, that'd be interesting. That's unfortunately not all it takes. Biogen's been dumb money forever.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right, one last thing to write. Where is the report I wrote years ago? I'm trying to find it. On vital therapies. It's annoying that I can't find it. Urgh. Where is it? Here it is. Fucking thing is so annoying. How to download? 2015. I think I have it. I think I changed the name of the file actually. It's in here somewhere.
There it is, VTL write-up. Okay. 2015. I don't really believe in short squeezes. I don't really think that's a thing.
Let me see. Maybe I can get a little more. Oh, so, I'm getting greedy.
Autofilled. Autofilled.
Well, you short with calls and you have short exposure, if that makes sense. Otherwise, you have to have a huge amount of cash to be able to short it. The person responsible for the scientific analysis has been arrested by the FBI. The hypothesis was absurd, but routine. Has anything to do with Alzheimer's. Hassan, you all right? What's really bad? I was community noted a while back. Oh, DJT's back up. I wonder if there's still borrow as short some. I covered a little earlier, as you guys may know. Oh, there's some borrow. Wait a second. There should be borrow. Ah, no, there's no borrow. Damn it. Oh well. I did my best. Okay. Oh, table of contents. Clinical science. Ah. I'm not down that much, actually. I sold a lot of my out-of-the-money calls and rotated to in the money. Got a lot more than that, bio-investor. There are some things you cannot see. Snitch. Okay. Let's save as PDF. And now let's upload. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Image. Can make a link. Well, this is a link. Oh, wait.
Wow, $33. Crazy. What is this? Hold on a second. Yeah. Yeah, Ken. What's up, dude? Look, I'm sorry. I don't control the stock market, Griffin. You fucking know that, okay? I don't know what to tell you. Oh, okay. You're gonna put me in the river. All right. I don't.
Order
Listen,
filled.
if it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up, it
Order
goes up. You're a
filled.
big boy, right? Citadel's a
Order
big
filled.
firm, right?
Order filled.
Okay. Okay, okay.
Order filled.
You're gonna squeeze my what?
Order filled.
All right. Listen, just wait for the results, okay? I gotta go. Don't ever talk to me like that again, by the way. Bye. Why doesn't this shit work? Next, config.ts. Why would you give me that if it's fucking stupid? You said give me a template that doesn't fucking work. Next dev, next build, next start. Next build. It's fucking stupid, man. I gotta yell at Guillermo. I've had this problem with fucking this dog shit fucking system. Stephanie, what's up? Linting? Linting? I'm not sure, Charlie.
Shut up, Goo-Boo. Shut your mouth. Infinity? Shut your mouth. Court went fine, thank you. Tearing my hair out over here. What the fuck? Over Next.js. This is probably my fault. Oh. I think I should have just read the error. Shut up, bioinvestor. Shut up. You're about to learn something, kid. Ah, can't use single quotes. You have to escape single quotes. That was what caused all this stress. Okay, we have a website. Okay, pretty simple. Create next app. Okay, where's my title? Layout. Oh, do I have a git ignore? I do. Great. The fuck? Okay, it's building. Now I need my GoDaddy to point to this thing. I don't know if Knack Travers Springer on the payroll. I don't really care. I could see Springer being on the payroll, but he would have to disclose it. Like, it'd be weird if he didn't disclose that. Okay, so this seems to work. Great. I mean, I might as well just leave it here for now.
Not for you. Let's see if I can dump some of the calls I have. That's okay. I appreciate it. I'm okay with the typo. I'll fix it. And I'll make a second or third version of this thing. My girlfriend's landing at the airport, so I have some activities planned. I wish she would short some Sava. You guys should ask her, why aren't you short Sava? Why don't you support your man? Yes, we're going to play some mini golf. Game studio? What are you talking about? Maybe we get a stream reveal if Cassava fails. That's up to my baby. My honey pie boo boo love.
Autofilled. Autofilled.
One more time.
Order cancelled. Autofilled. 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 Autofilled.
All right. Oomph, 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 oomph. let's see if I could sell some more calls, buy some puts. What do you guys think?
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I'm about to go from ashy to classy. Too bad Wall Street Bets doesn't allow me to post anymore. I would have liked that. I'm long some puts, but I think the best way to trade this is to short the stock and own some calls.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
I'm not really sure what I'm even banned for, to be honest.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
That's wild. You got banned for a private message? That seems crazy. Well, I guess if somebody reported you, depends on what you said. It could make sense. There are so many genders, you guys have no clue. You have no clue how many genders there are. And sexes. You think there's two sexes? I got news for you. Wrong. Stressed? Who's stressed? Think I'm stressed? This shit is easy to me. You wish you could be like me. Understand biopharma like me. But this shit comes with decades of experience. I looked at more drugs than you fucking have shoes in your closet. I looked at more drugs than the amount of brain cells you have. Layoffs. Layoffs? Playoffs. I mean, just short the stock and buy calls as a leverage magnifier. All right, I get to take a break now that Cassava's done. Make sure you guys watch or subscribe to Godel, my Bloomberg terminal alternative. ETH God, I'm definitely going to suggest it. I think the best structure is short Sava, buy deep in the money Sava calls. When it goes to zero, you get paid big time.
Oh, we're staying on Sava watch. We're staying on Sava watch. What's up, my Harambe brothers? All my Harambe brothers. Salute. Look, if a stock's going to 3, you don't care if you shorted it at 25, 28, 30, 32. It doesn't make a fucking difference. I mean, I'd rather short it at the top, but you don't know when the top's going to be. You know, some idiots wake up this morning, decide, I want to lose a lot of money buying this stupid stock. Great. Lose all the money you want. The call lets you get the most exposure possible. So if you short the stock and then you have calls, your broker usually release tons of margin for you to short more. Because the loss is limited to the premia of the call you're buying. William, if you're a subscriber to Goodell, I'll do it for you for free. Yeah, Garp, I did. Oh, I should do a Twitter space. Yeah, I'm gonna do a Twitter space. That's a good idea. Even though my girlfriend's about to be here, I'm gonna have to ignore her. She's gonna be mad. Yeesh. Sorry, honey. Happy wife, happy life. That's a fact. All right, let's get started. Okay, what's up, people? Thanks for listening. So yeah, I finally released my thoughts on Cassava in writing. It's about 38 pages. I will supplement and update it. But But in general, this drug, simifalam, kind of comports with all of the things I've seen over my career, looking at dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands of medicines. Um, and it follows a lot of the same themes, where you have an impossible pharmacology combined with bad clinical trial results, combined with bad science. Between those things, it's really hard to have the drug work. Now, some of you might think, well, Martin, there's a chance it works, right? And my answer to that is no, actually. If you flip a coin, I can't tell you whether it's going to be heads or tails. But if you throw a baseball, I can tell you that it's not going to exit the solar system at the speed of light. There are laws of physics that reality must obey. And those laws of physics guide me to this idea that simifalam cannot possibly work unless everything I know about medicine, chemistry, biology, pharmacology, etc. is wrong. And I'll walk you through that as quickly as I can. I do have my girlfriend waiting for me at some point, but until she gets here, I'm free. And then she's in charge. Anyway, I want to start with the molecule itself. So starting with the chemistry, simifalam is a very small molecule. It's around 250, maybe 280 molecular weight. It doesn't really look like a drug. It looks like what a lot of people in the drug industry, a chemist friend of mine yesterday said, Martin, this looks like a fragment. Fragment is kind of these tools that chemists use to make building blocks to make other drugs. And I would agree with that. The drug is very, very small. Normally that's really not that big of a deal if you're making a drug that inhibits a receptor at its orthosteric site. But that's not what simifalam is. Simifalam is binding a structural protein at a distal site, at an allosteric site. And it's very distal to where the action happens with filament. The protein is called, by the way, filament A. It's one of the biggest structural proteins in the body. It forms part of the cytoskeleton with actin. Its main job is to bind actin. It has a lot of other theorized jobs, but in general, that's really all it does. And this protein doesn't really make sense how or why it could be related to Alzheimer's. And the only person that's ever made this connection is Dr. Wang, the CUNY investigator who was unfortunately arrested by the FBI. And it appears, at least according to the allegations, which seem very, very strong, that he faked all of his data. And so in any event, simifalam is a very small molecule, but it's supposed to bind this part of filament A that interacts with other proteins. So imagine two really big objects. You can think of them as in Star Wars, like two big ships docking together. Simifalam is like a baseball between the two docking stations. And it really is not going to be able to, because it's so small, to block the docking. That's the best analogy I can give you. Usually a key goes into the keyhole in pharma, and simifalam is more like, a gigantic key going into a very big keyhole, and simifalam is a tiny ant trying to stop the key from going into a keyhole. There's a sort of another analogy. It's just far too small to work. Protein-protein interactions are very hard to disrupt. Proteins are large molecules. They form very strong contacts with other proteins because there's so many atoms that can make bonds. Small molecules have a harder time being very high affinity. Small molecules, at best, they can get into nanomolar territory, but they can't really get into picomolar or femtomolar territory. Antibodies can because they're proteins. They have a lot of ways to make contacts. There's a lot of hydrogen bond donors, a lot of hydrogen bond acceptors, which is the bread and butter of pharmaceuticals. But unfortunately, small molecules can't do that. That's why they're kind of limited as a tool. They have other versatility, which is great. They can creep into small spaces inside the cell and so forth, but they're not really great for protein-protein interaction inhibitors. And only a few protein-protein interaction inhibitors even exist. And of the ones that exist, they're very large. So I would point you to the canonical one, which is AbbVie's venetoclax. It was very hard to make venetoclax. They basically deserve a Nobel Prize for it. It had never really been done in pharmaceuticals. And they made this beautiful protein-protein interaction inhibitor that actually works. And so you have to overcome the protein-protein interaction affinity to do this. And it's really like building a crazy rocket ship. It's one of the most impossible things to do in biopharma. And if you look at how simifalam was created, they basically didn't do any homework on it. They never published any papers on it. And if you look at the patent, it is really a ridiculous patent because they don't talk about this at all. they did an assay. Well, what's funny about the assay is the assay's actual IC50 or EC50 was only 1 micromolar. So it's actually very, very, very poor affinity, which is, kind of remarkable because they talk about it being femtomolar, but it's not femtomolar. The only femtomolar data that exists was data that was fabricated by Dr. Wang. Filament is very far removed from the Alzheimer's canonical pathophysiology. The pathophysiology of Alzheimer's dictates that A beta and tau seem to create a disease state that we're not really sure what happens after that, but microglia and the brain's autoimmunity seems to destroy neurons and synapses. That's sort of the canon. I do think the canon is mostly right. I think what generally is agreed upon that we're missing is a way to treat Alzheimer's really early. Because by the time you have symptomatic changes, it's basically too late. And that's another reason why Cassava's not going to work. Because even if the biology made sense, even if the pharmacology made sense, the half-life of this drug, by the way, is 4 hours. And buried in a report nobody's ever seen, including Wall Street. They've never showed this report to Wall Street. Buried deep down in the investigator's brochure, which is this big, long, meaty document that even doctors don't read. In the clinical investigator's brochure, which you get before you run a clinical trial, they said that the drug goes to all the organs of the human body but the brain. But the brain and bone get the least amount of this drug. Well, I don't need to be a pharmacologist to tell you that, or you don't need to be a pharmacologist to hear, that if your drug's not getting into the brain and you're making an Alzheimer's drug, you have a bit of a problem. So you have a stoichiometry problem here as well with the dose and the amount of filament A that you'd have to bind and the half-life. So it really is impossible that this drug interacts with its target in a way that could actually physiologically change anything, even if it was the perfect target. And then even if that were true, you have a big trouble with the disease state of Alzheimer's kind of being irrepressible after a while. Donanemab worked, of course, from Eli Lilly, but its effect is fairly modest. The most important thing to know about Cassava is their phase 2 results were very, very, very bad. Amongst the worst data I've ever seen in my life. And look, I've seen bad data, but bad data means you terminate development of the project. This is the worst data I've ever seen where development continued as if the data were good. So the primary endpoint for a controlled withdrawal study was the ADAS-Cog change, which is a classical Alzheimer's cognition test. Think of it like an IQ test. And in this test, Simifalan performed a tiny, tiny bit better than placebo, an imperceptible amount, and the p-value is 0.45. This is a p-value that you would get if you flipped the dice 10 times and said, hey, I'll bet you I'll flip more heads than tails. It is not a good result. The company then proceeded to try to say that, well, the mild patients did better than placebo. The problem with that is that the mild patients didn't really do a lot better than placebo. It was only 1 point on the ADAS-Cog test. This is a 70-point test. 1 point doesn't really make a difference. But the bigger problem with that is a lot of people don't understand statistics. Once you have spent alpha on a primary endpoint, you can no longer spend alpha again. If the primary endpoint fails, you are now making retrospective post hoc observations on secondary endpoints that are only hypothesis generating. Their p-values are sometimes called by statisticians nominal p-values. They are no longer bona fide p-values because you are now getting into multiplicity comparisons. If you want to make multiplicity comparisons, you have to adjust the p-value as per Bonferroni error correction and things like that. This is common in, say, GWAS studies. This is not what's happening with this company, and they know better. But I think the company sort of fell into this trap where they had this one drug, and I've known the CEO for 25 years, and quite frankly, I rather like him. He was my boss's roommate. But he's been fired. He's now off the board. This is the company that was his baby. And he's kind of done this before. If you look into his history of Oxytrex, he sort of has a bad reputation for doing this kind of stuff. I've always given him a pass because my personal friendship, but this is sort of too much to sort of forgive. And that's why he and his wife at the company were both charged with fraud by the SEC. And the chief scientist was, outside scientist, the inventor of the drug, was arrested, which is fairly unprecedented. Why anyone would want to be long this stock, I don't know. But what I surmise is that no hedge fund will touch it with a 10-foot pole or any other intelligent long-only firm or anything like that. There's some indexers in there. But what I think is there's some retail investors that want to hit a home run. And everyone wants to hit a home run. My portfolio could sure use 100x, couldn't yours? We all want to hit a home run. But the problem with hitting home runs is that they actually have to make sense. If you figured out the AI revolution before everyone else, your NVIDIA investment would have done rather well. The same thing with Cassava. If this drug actually does work, you'll be in great shape. But the problem with lotto tickets is that they almost always benefit the lotto ticket writer, not the lotto ticket buyer. This is a lotto ticket that can't get cashed in. The drug just simply can't work due to the laws of physics and pharmacology and biology. There's nothing really here that could explain that. One of the funniest stories about Cassava is when the phase 2A data came in. This was a short-term trial, but they still ran a small cognition study. They did a 28-patient study, and that study was rather simple. They didn't expect maybe it to do really well. When the data came in, it turns out that the placebo did better than the drug. So what happened is the CEO's wife decided to change the data. So they changed the data and decided that they'd throw out half the patients until the data looked good, which was a really wild sort of thing to do. And it's what resulted in the fraud charges. It's surprising to me that that person didn't get arrested. And I don't want anyone to get arrested after what I've experienced, but that is one of the most fraudulent things I've ever seen in pharmaceuticals. So in phase 2B, the trial failed as well in the controlled withdrawal study. But again, the company marshaled forward, I think largely because this was their baby. They had been lying about this drug since day one, and there was no other drug in the company's pipeline. So they just decided to sort of keep the ruse going here. Eventually, the rubber hit the road. A lot of people realized that there was a ton of fraud in the company's published research. All those papers have been retracted, including the big PLOS One paper. PLOS One is a fairly eminent journal. And it's about as embarrassing as anything if your scientific paper is retracted due to fraud. And the fraud's fairly clear. You can see the copy and pasting that Dr. Wang did to fake his Western blot data. If they're willing to do that and they're willing to change the data on the phase 2A data, literally just change it with a pen and a paper, then I think they're willing to do anything. Now, unfortunately, the fraudsters in the company seem to be gone. The people staying there, I don't think are willing to commit fraud, since the FBI and the SEC are all over, this company. So I think they're going to tell the truth, and they have about 40 days to do that, 20 calendar days. And I think that we may even get the results very, very soon, tonight or tomorrow or next week. And they're obviously going to fail. The put options are extremely, extremely expensive to buy. It's very, very hard to get the put options. Shorting the stock's difficult because most of the short has been taken by people like me. So if you want to sell the stock, it's going to be or short the stock or take advantage of the decline that's coming. It's going to be very difficult. But I think that a lot of people ask me, well, why are you even going forward with this? Don't you want the stock to go up so you can short more, et cetera? And the answer to that is, of course, yes. But if you've looked at my track record in this space, I used to write on this website called Seeking Alpha when it sort of first came out. And I would write all these things on Seeking Alpha, and other hedge funds would sometimes hit me up and be mad at me. They would say, why are you doing this? You're kind of telling everyone the secret that we all know as sophisticated investors, and you're kind of messing up the short because we want it to all kind of come at once. And I would sort of understand where they were coming from, but I just felt like, I don't know, it's the same reason that I did these YouTube classes on finance and chemistry. I like to teach and show what I've learned over the years, maybe so other people don't make the same mistakes. But no matter what happens, people will still make the same mistakes because they're distrustful of motive, which is fine. But, I'm going to make money when this trial fails. I don't really care what happens between now and then. The stock could go to 100 or 1,000. It doesn't make a difference. When the product fails, the company is left with nothing. They have no other drug. They don't have much cash. So it's basically going to be a disaster. And I feel like, I owe some amount of I feel guilt to some extent that, it's fairly obvious to me what's going to happen, having looked at pharmaceuticals since I was, 18 years old, and predicted so many of these successfully. And I'm not saying that my track record is 100%, but it is fairly close. If you find a phase 3 that I predicted publicly that actually worked when I said it wouldn't, I think you'll find that 9 out of 10 of the predictions I made have worked, especially when I write a big, long paper like the one I published which I put on theimpossible.com. I do think that this is an impossible situation. Like, it's not a risk. I don't think there's a 5% chance or something like that. I think there's a 0% chance, because when you take a bunch of compounded probabilities and multiply them, the chance that you can meet all those necessary but not necessarily sufficient sort of thresholds is very, very low. So if you have a 50% chance that, I don't know, the drug could work and as a PPI without being a large molecule, most chemists would tell you, that's a 50-50 at best. Okay, fine, put that in the back of your mind. Now, some people think the semifalam data looks good because there's a carryover effect from an open label period that would persist throughout a 6-month control period. I think almost any doctor would tell you that's extremely far-fetched. But assume there's a 25% chance that's true. Well, now you have to combine both those probabilities, and 50% of 25% is 12.5%. And I have about 10 more of these that make it close to impossible, if not just impossible, for it to work. Am I wrong about some of these? Sure, I could be. But even if I'm right about half of these, the probability that this drug could work is less than, well, it's much less than even 1%. So if you look at Alzheimer's drugs in general, 98% of them have failed. We just don't understand Alzheimer's that well. And Alzheimer's is the biggest prize in pharmaceuticals. It makes Ozempic look small. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. There's nothing bigger than Alzheimer's in pharma. It is the wet dream of every big pharma CEO. The problem is we have to, it seems like we have to intervene in the disease way earlier than we have been. Alzheimer's starts like 20, 25 years before you actually get symptoms. Once you have the symptoms of Alzheimer's, I'm not sure any drug can work. And that's why 98% of the phase 3s have failed. Now, I could be wrong about that. I readily admit that. It could totally be false. And we've just been picking on the wrong enzymes, the wrong proteins, and this is the one. But the problem with that is that you still have to look at the probability. The probability that that's true is, I don't know, 25%, 50%. And again, you have to multiply all these probabilities together because they all are required. Semifalam has to be a PPI. The mild to moderate thing has to be true. The follow-on long-running therapy thing where it continues after you stop taking it has to be true. The fact that the drug doesn't get into the brain very much, and the fact that it's a very small half-life, that has to be irrelevant. The chances that that's irrelevant are very small. So unless all of these things are wrong, even one of them dooms the trial. And again, this sort of isn't my first rodeo. There was a survey of Cassava stockholders as to whether or not this was their first rodeo. And 70% said, yes, this is their first biotech. And I'm trying to tell you that this is not how biotech works. If you want to look at some recent failures, you can see that when these trials don't work, the stock goes down 95%. And, whether or not this company has like a little special Wall Street bets, kind of sheen on it, the company doesn't have other drugs, and the FDA does not like drugs that don't work. You have a gatekeeper there. In some of these other things like GameStop or whatever, there is no gatekeeper. The stock can go up forever. It doesn't make a difference. But if you have a worthless drug, you have a worthless drug. It doesn't do anything. So that's kind of where I'm coming out on Cassava. I'm happy to take questions from anyone that has some thoughts that they want to share. But that's kind of where I'm at. Let's see if there's any comments. Hello, Sean. Please proceed. Sean? All right, maybe you come back later. Kicks, mechanic. Please proceed. Kicks, you're on. Don't be shy. I'm not going to bite. I know there's a lot of people that own the stock and they feel like, there's some nefarious purpose for me. I think that, whether it's stupid or smart, like, I like, maybe the narcissism is kind of what I like. And again, the traditional thing in hedge funds is to just keep your mouth shut. and let the stock fall, and who cares? But to me, I feel, for some reason, like I want to talk about this, and I've done that many times over the years. Ben, you are on. I think Ben. No, Ben. Well, don't request to speak and then not speak, guys. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Hey, Martin, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Mike was on mute. Is there any residual IP or net cash that might cause a short squeeze opposite of what your narrative projection is?
Well, there's only $2 a share in cash, and there's no value at the company. They're not. This has never been a company with technology. They don't have any labs. They don't have any researchers or scientists. They just kind of use remember, they started out as a pain company that used naltrexone, an off-the-shelf drug, and oxycodone, an off-the-shelf drug, to try to make pain drugs, and those didn't work.
Yeah.
So they pivoted to Alzheimer's using the same pain researcher that they used for pain, and they repurposed his invention as an Alzheimer's drug, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. And so they don't actually have any smart people at the company. The key brains at the company have all been sued by the SEC and been arrested by the FBI. So there's no one really in charge that knows what they're doing. There's no other drugs. So this is it. If this trial fails, the intrinsic value of the company is the cash value, which I'm sure they will burn anyway because they're doing another phase 3. So I feel like, this is just, a very, very good short candidate because, if there's other drugs in the pipeline, then you can say, well, what about those? But
You said they moved their primary endpoints post hoc. Now, if they met those endpoints, what happens to the stock?
yeah, I mean, look, if the phase 3 trial works, the stock is going to go up a lot. It could even go up, to, I don't know, add 2 zeros, say $3,000 a share. But the problem is that it's just not possible. It's not based in reality. It's as if I told you I was going to throw out the opening pitch at the Yankee Stadium and the pitch would go out of the stadium and into the sun and blow up the sun. Some things just are not possible, and this is one of those. I think that misunderstanding is what keeps people excited. Like if you buy $5,000 of the stock or $50,000, there's a guy who owns like 50 million of it, and it's like, well, it might work, and if it works, I'm a billionaire, and that sounds exciting. Who doesn't want to make 100x or 1,000x?
The
But
last question I have,
yeah.
Martin, how big is the lacuna between the primary and secondary endpoints? When they shifted the goalposts after the fact, how big of a gap is that?
Well, in medicine, it's really a no-no, because if you knew what endpoint would work a priori, you would have set the endpoint a priori. You wouldn't have said, well, we failed the primary endpoint, but look at these secondary endpoints. You would have made that secondary endpoint your primary endpoint. And there's a common misunderstanding that the secondary endpoints are worth looking at. And if the p-value is very, very, very small, perhaps it's worth looking at. But the p-value of the subgroup that they want us to look at is still 0.15, which is far above the threshold for statistical significance, even if you do multiplicity adjustment, which they did not do. So it's just a drug that doesn't work, and I can't fathom a result that's positive for them. Given the amount of problems with this drug. It wasn't designed right, it has terrible pharmacokinetic properties, etc.
Thank you, Martin. I appreciate it. I'll step back.
Thank you. Kix, you're back on.
Hey, Martin. I just wanted to say real quick, bud, I really truly believe that you are a symptom of a medical insurance plan and overarching system that is basically based on greed and monopoly. What do you have to say to that?
What does that have to do with Cassava? I say I agree. I agree.
Okay, so you don't deny that.
No,
Okay.
I'm a greedy son of a bitch.
Yeah. So do you have any maybe forthcoming or like feel at all bad for the deeds that you've done in your life, or do you just all attribute it to capitalism?
No, I love what I've done in my life, and when Cassava's phase 3 trial fails, I assume that you're an investor in Cassava and you're mad at me. for some reason?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay. Well, why are you an investor in Cassava?
Looking at new ventures in the market and basically investing in up and coming ventures that I see value in or that can boost my base income, basically.
Great.
Investments, basically, yeah.
That makes sense. Have you done a lot of biotech investing?
Actually, this would be my third. So a little bit in the psychedelic research, like MAPS and the MDMA, and also ketamine therapy. I've invested in some of those, like Bloom, for example. Just to give examples.
Well, Bloom is not a biotech company. Bloom distributes ketamine, which is sort of a different concept. Have you ever bet on a phase 3 outcome?
No, I have not.
It's something I've done since I was 19. It's very difficult. I don't think that this is an outcome that's going to do well, and I would just hope that you aren't all in or something. And you sound like responsible and intelligent, and as long as you don't go all in on something, I don't mind people taking flyers and putting 1% or 5% of their portfolio. But if somebody thinks this is like prudent to put half your portfolio in or all of your portfolio, I just feel like some compunction to say like, no, stop, don't kill yourself financially. It's just this is crazy. Look, 5%'s fine, 10%'s fine, but if you put half your money in this thing, I just feel like it's so irresponsible because 95 or 98% of Alzheimer's trials have failed. Like, you would have to have a lot of conviction that...
So,
yeah.
I mean, I see value in what you're saying here, and I also see value in Alzheimer's medication and pharmaceuticals moving in the future. But also, I like to know the pressures or the ideological movements of the people that are running these companies or moving these ideas. So, would you say that your main corporate driver is greed, or what are you based in helping people, or what's kind of your basis of what moves you as a person, right? Because you just said you're a very greedy person just a second ago.
Yeah, when it comes to my investment portfolio, I'm trying to make as many dollars as possible. That's really it. I think that the drugs are deterministic. Like, investing in Cassava or praying that Cassava works will not change the result. The result is going to be the result. And, for that perspective, like, it doesn't really matter whether you or I scream from the rooftops that we love it or we hate it. It's just a game. And the game will have a winner and it'll have a loser. And of course, we each hope that we're the winner. But the reality is this is a poker hand where I believe that the people who are long have a 2 and a 7. And I believe that I, as short, have 2 aces. And I feel like, this is a very, very bad bet to make given all the things I've said, but particularly given 98% of phase 3 trials in Alzheimer's have failed. The 2 that succeeded barely. And they were done by the big pharma companies who did a lot of research and spent a lot of money and actually had plenty of prior failures that they learned from. The odds that it's Cassava, a little rinky-dink company in Texas with a CEO who got fired and sued by, he and his wife got sued by the SEC, and the chief scientist got arrested. Again, I don't like government. I don't think they always get it right. But you have a drug that seems very flawed in a lot of ways. I just don't want anybody to commit financial suicide for no reason. On the other side, I kind of don't care in some ways because I do think there's a Darwinian aspect to this. I mean, if you put half your portfolio in this, you kind of deserve to lose your money. And if you don't lose it here, you'll lose it somewhere else. So ultimately, I don't care that much. But I also like to preen. It's a peacocking ego thing. I like to show that I'm right before that I'm right. So I put my line in the sand. The last time I did this was 2015, where I shorted a stock called Vital Therapies. I made $20 million in one day. Vital Therapies had a liver dialysis machine. There's a 50-page report that I wrote about it. I posted it on Twitter. And on this exact account, you can actually look up the tweet if you go back to 2015. And that stock fell 99%. It no longer exists. They had to change their name. They had to merge with another company. And that wiped out all the shareholders. So putting out the idea before it happens and saying, this is what's going to happen. This is the future for this. That's what an investor has to do all the time. And so I like to just do that partially, again, because of ego. I want people to think that I'm smart and good at what I do, because I do think I am, and I want to prove it. And this is a way to prove it. And by writing this paper, look, I mean, everyone can download this paper. If I'm wrong, in 30 days, I'm going to have to eat a lot of crow, and I don't think anybody will ever listen to me again in biopharma. But because of my track record with VTL and all the things I started writing about in Seeking Alpha, and then trades that people on Wall Street know about, but the public doesn't, that, it's fairly, I think it's a fairly good track record. Some people even say I'm one of the best at doing this. But again, I feel like conflicted a little bit. On one hand, I don't really care what happens. I am a greedy asshole. Somebody wants to put their whole life savings in this and lose their money. I'm not going to send them a check afterwards because I felt bad for them. At the same time, I feel very like, geez, imagine if it was my brother who doesn't know the market that well, and my brother put all this money into the stock. I would tell him, Mark, what are you doing? Get out of this thing. So, and of course, as a short seller, I'm going to profit by everyone losing. So, for me, it's just a matter of how much money can I put in this trade. And, there's a limit to liquidity. There's a limit to how much money one has. There's a limit to all these things. But I feel, very, very confident that I can put my neck on the line here. And, I've even made claims that, if I'm wrong, I'll shave my head bald. I'll move out of the country. I'll transition to a woman. I'll do all these things because I really don't think that there's a possibility that I could be wrong. And when it comes to investing, I just think that the job is to maximize your profits. If there are people who are willing to lose their money over principle, as an investor, I think that's certainly up to them. They can do that, but that's not my perspective.
So yeah, I hear all the things you're saying, and I actually do agree with some of the points that you just said. What I would ask is, I have a three-part question here. So basically, one, do you have anybody in your life that is going through Alzheimer's?
So the answer to that is no, but I've had many health tragedies in my life and my colleagues. My father just died a year ago from cardiovascular disease. Actually, my grandfather had dementia prior to his death. And nobody wants an Alzheimer's drug more than me. Not because I have a personal connection necessarily to it, but because it's really the biggest prize, intellectual prize in pharmaceuticals. And unfortunately, Cassava, it almost disgraces the Alzheimer's community, which many people like Alz Forum, for example, have said, like, this is such a sad display of drug development. There's no papers on how they made this drug. The patent that they wrote is a terrible patent. They've never published how and why they made this drug the way they made it. I think they just basically picked a molecule out of a hat, and that's not the way you develop drugs. And there's no chemist that's ever worked at the company. There's no drug discovery person that worked at the company. So this is like an insult to the pharmaceutical industry. Like, it's just such a disgrace that the people who have Alzheimer's deserve better, science. And there are better scientists out there working on it. A friend of mine is a Alzheimer's company startup. And Eli Lilly is another example of a company that does fabulous research. So Eli Lilly's been trying to crack Alzheimer's for 20 years. Again, not because of personal connections, and of their 50,000 employees, I'm sure they have plenty of people who've been affected by Alzheimer's. But it's also a hell of a market. I mean, it could be the biggest drug market in history. It could be the first drug ever that sells $100 billion in revenue. And everyone wants one, including me. The jealousy I have, the ability to have your name on the landmark drug in all of history, it drives everyone's motivations, but it also drives the greed from shareholders who say, well, I want to win, I want 100x, but at the same time, I don't realize that the probability of what I'm buying is zero. So I feel like that's kind of the way I come at the personal question. I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, so the last thing I'll say, and I'll shut up after this point, because I understand where you're coming from, and I get the human being you are. I have to disagree with you as far as your motivations go and the type of human being you are. I mean, look at your past. It's been labeled as a pyramid scheme in the past before. I just feel as though maybe your heart and your mind aren't in the correct places to be the forefront runner of something of this magnitude or design, right? And then the second thing or last thing that I would say is basically that, not having someone in your life and basically calling it a game or a poker game is basically relating more back to your past experience, which tells me that you may not have learned anything from your past experiences and business adventures. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, I disagree. I've never done anything wrong in my life. In terms of
Why'd you go to jail then? Why'd
yeah,
you go
well,
to
that's
jail?
that's the thing. I mean, people do go to jail that for no reason. They put 4 indictments on President Trump. Sometimes you just are a target. One of the reasons that I went to jail is that I had a very big mouth where I defended capitalism to the end. And it's, in fact, I think man has to have a hill that he's willing to die on. And the hill I'm willing to die on is that firms should be able to choose the price of their product. Hillary Clinton disagreed with me, and I went to the mat, and I was willing to literally die for my belief. I would question if anybody else has a belief they're willing to die on. I do. I believe in capitalism. My family fled communist Albania, lived in refugee camps, trying to come to America. We looked up to great capitalists in our country. Their son became a great capitalist. I've never lost money for my investors in my hedge fund, but I was still charged for fraud. One of the first times that's ever happened, even though I made 5 times my money for my investors, 5 times their money. I didn't make any money, actually. I created a $1 billion drug company. I was creating a second one before I got arrested. And I think my track record amongst people who know speaks for himself. But if you don't like me, which is fine, I couldn't care less, I would ask you to challenge the ideas. How do we get around the poor pharmacokinetics of simiflam? How do we get around the drug clearly being very unlikely to be a protein-protein inhibitor, interaction inhibitor? How do we get around the filament A sort of questions about why that target doesn't seem to be so great? How do we get around the doctored phase 2A data, the bad controlled withdrawal data? There's a lot of stuff here that's problematic, and Martin Shkreli is a very small part of it. I really am not, the story here. The story here is this remarkable chain of events. There's a biotech reporter that messaged me and said, we should write a book on this. It's so crazy. And I would say that that's true. I hate that reporter, but we do have the same conclusion here. And again, the personally, if you love what I've done in the past or you hate what I've done in the past, there are people, millions of people who are on each side of that. And the controversy that I've experienced in my life is, and again, the people that hate me can't imagine that there are tons of people that like me. And the people that like me can't imagine there's tons of people that hate me. And that's fine. It's totally besides the point. The only point that matters is the stuff that I wrote down on 38 pages, which are all, just facts and opinions that you could scrutinize and analyze. And that's kind of what we're here to talk about. Anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. The mechanism of how the drug works, the bioavailability, the blood-brain barrier, the coefficients of how efficiently the drug works against cross, all those things. I understand all of those things, but I just question your morals ethically as a leader, and that's why I pose these questions to you. But I will yield back, and I basically made my point. Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, I would concede all of it, to be honest, but it has nothing to do with Cassava. So, if the trial was on me, my stock would be down 99% too. But that's not where we're at. We're here to talk about a drug that doesn't work.
Hey, Martin.
Yes.
I was wondering, when the results for phase 3 come out, do you expect or have you perhaps given some thought as to what if they falsify these results? So I know some people at the firm have been indicted and whatnot, so they might be very, very scrutinized going forward. But have you given any thought to the possibility that they may fake future results?
Yeah, I've thought about it. I've thought about that question in over 25 years of looking at drugs. It's almost never happened, thankfully, at least as far as I know. It might have happened and we couldn't tell. But I think I look at the CEO, Rick Barry, and he does worry me a bit. So what I heard, and this is all through the grapevine, it could be false, what I heard is that Barry's Basically, one second, I'm just reading a colleague's message. Okay, Rick Barry, the CEO of Cassava, his wife, this is the story I heard. I'm not saying it's gospel. This is a story I heard from a very good source that knows Barry very, very well personally. His wife tried to kill him, believe it or not. He called the police, and that on the way, the police were coming, and his wife killed herself, which is really kind of wild. His son also passed away tragically from a drug overdose. Again, this is what I've heard. I'm a little bit worried that the person's mental makeup could be, because they've seen so much tragedy, that their mindset could be not in a great place. Certainly mine wouldn't be. I haven't had as much tragedy as that happened to me. I've just losing my father, and my father died at relatively old age, has been very crippling to me and emotionally and difficult. So having all that tragedy, losing your wife and losing your son, I can't imagine what it's like. He's the new CEO of Cassava. I pray that he knows enough to not try to doctor the results, but there's also a board of directors. There's medical people around the company. There's lawyers around the company. There's the companies that are going to do these analyses for them, including their statistical person, Pantera, their statistical consultants, and the CRO, Premier. And I'm going to be sending letters to all of these people to warn them that they should really make sure that the press release that is supposed to go out comports with the results that they're aware of, and that they should ask for the copy of the press release before it goes out and sign off on it. Because if the press release says that the trial worked, and Premier knows that the trial didn't work, or Pantera knows that the trial didn't work, or the general counsel knows that the trial didn't work, they should all be willing to sign off on the press release and say, okay, this is the true result. I feel like, if one were to conduct fraud, there'd have to be a lot of people in on it, or there'd have to be one person who wanted to just issue the press release regardless. So that's kind of where I think the potential for further fraud kind of comes down to. I do think that Rick Barry recently hosted a conference call and he said, look, no matter what the results are, good, bad, or ugly, we will put them out. That was reassuring to some extent. It felt like maybe, he was telling the truth there. But I really don't, trust him very much for other reasons I won't get into. But I'm willing to accept that I think they will not be defrauding anybody with this phase 3 press release, given the given the amount of scrutiny around the company, which he also noted. I don't know what Rick's life is like right now, but there are very few people in the world that are willing to commit this flagrant violation while under tremendous scrutiny. So I hope that answers the question. I want to make sure.
Absolutely. And then the last question I had was, you touched on how the company has $2 in cash. Is your price target this $2 price point, or will you cover very much at zero, or as soon as it touches $2 or gets near to that $2 price point, are you covering your calls and puts and your short positions, or do you expect it'll actually go to zero? And what happens afterwards whenever these companies go to they fail these phase 3s? What typically happens afterwards?
Yeah, so I try not to overstay my welcome on shorts. If I get a 50%, 80%, 90% move, I don't want to squeeze the last juice out of the orange. I just cover and go home. Typically what happens is they spend the money they have and then they reverse merge with another company. That's usually a low quality company that can't go public through the normal process, which is the IPO process. So typically these companies are just bad over and over and over again, but sometimes they'll reverse merge with a good company. And either way, the reverse merger event creates like a 95% dilution. So current stockholders just get diluted to hell. So the only chance they have to survive here is the phase 3 works. It's possible that this phase 3 fails and the next one works, but that's very, very, very unlikely. So they have another phase 3 trial coming out in the middle of next year. They could try to delay the results. They could try to do all this stuff, but inevitably reality is going to catch up with Cassava at some point. and we will know whether or not it's a revolutionary drug, or which seems impossible to me, or very much just this fake, kind of smoke and mirrors company. So yeah, I mean, generally, I have to see the price action first, but I think that $2 a share in cash will, or $3 a share in cash will drop to two, then it'll drop to one, and I think it's just going to sort of dissipate over time. So we'll go with the next question. Is that Corey maybe, or Brian, or?
Yeah, Martin. I was wondering if you could speak more. You were saying about so originally they tried this. I think it was like naltrexone or something.
Yes.
With, narcotics. So I looked into this research a little bit, and it seems like there was kind of like several companies that tried to get like an oxycodone, ultra low dose naltrexone thing approved. I think some of them got to phase 2, and I think the idea was it was supposed to prevent the development of tolerance and hyperalgesia and all these kind of undesirable things, the rewarding and addicting effects. And the idea was something they were saying, like, and I don't know, this is where I get confused. I'd like if you could kind of help me here. Because, like, looking at the original data, it was something to do with, like, filaminase, the scaffolding protein, and magically it's supposed to prevent this, like, switching of the G protein coupling from what they were saying is, like, the GIO to GIS. So I
Yes.
think it was, like, you don't want it to go from the inhibitory to stimulatory, the switch,
Right.
because that's how what they're saying was occurring in like opioid addiction and the people who were on like a lot
Order
of
cancelled.
oxycodone and stuff. And I think the original data was based on there's something to do with like nanomolar like opioid doses, what they called ultra low doses, caused this like
Yes.
prolongation of the action potential duration. And then, like, this excitatory opioid effect was blocked, they said, by ultra low doses of
Right.
naltrexone. They provided, like, a few little pretty graphs. And the effect, they said these effects were, like, opposite to those associated to the doses equivalent to therapeutic doses. So they said that produces, like, a shortening of action potential duration when tested on the dorsal root ganglion
Yeah. Okay.
and other structures. So can you kind of explain
Yes.
all this to me and why, like, if it was such a miracle, why don't we see this everywhere?
Yeah, so
Obviously.
so this company started about 25 years ago, and the story is that they took oxycodone and they said, how do we get this to be more tolerable and less addicting and keep the same pain relief? And they basically they made a drug called Oxytrex, and they gave naltrexone with oxycodone. The problem is that naltrexone blocks the effects of oxycodone. And that's very paradoxical. Like, why would you give the blocker with the drug? And they said, oh, no, we give a really small amount. It's an ultra low dose. And you sit there and say, well, what's that going to do? And I say, well, actually, here's a bunch of science why it's going to work. And that's great. So they ran the phase 3, and the phase 3 failed. The phase 3 showed that when you give the antidote with the opioid, you just get less opioid. There's less pain relief, and there's less addiction, because it's just like giving like half a dose, because you're giving the antidote in the pill of the opioid. So it's a really like stupid theory, and it got disproven. But while they were trying to prove this clinically, they wanted to prove it scientifically as well. And so they worked with this guy, Dr. Wang, who's now been arrested, at CUNY. And at CUNY, he wrote this paper that you're referencing in PLOS One with Remy, the CEO, his wife, Dr. Burns. And they wrote this paper, and it got retracted, which is, obviously a big slap in the face. And they said that the way this works, the whole let me give you the antidote with the cure, the opioid plus the opioid antagonist, the way this works is through this filament thing. But the problem with this paper is it does not work. They terminated development of this project, and the results were bad. So trying to explain why something's worked in the lab when it didn't work in people, which is the main thing that you're trying to prove, it's been disproven that it works. Adding naltrexone to opioids just makes the opioids weaker. So 1 second.
Yeah, I wonder, because, like, as I looked into it more, I found some discussions on some of the, like, drugs forms, and it seemed like some of the recreational users, some of them swear by it, and then other people say, like, oh, I tried, like, everything from, like, going to the nanograms up until, like,
Well, Anyone else? Let's see if I can. Corey or Jamie or Mike or anybody. Hello.
Hey, Martin.
Hi.
I haven't been following that closely until you've just published this, and so my question might not be that great, but
That's fine.
last year, phenylephrine, like Sudafed, was found to just not work, just to be a placebo, and how did it get approved in the first place? Well, they used an endpoint that they thought was a good corollary or whatever for
Sure.
the actual thing that they're looking at. And is there a possibility that the endpoint
Order
here
cancelled.
is sort of like malleable like that, where it can show positive results and
Yeah.
not be related to Alzheimer's?
That's an awesome question. So I actually think it's the opposite, because the endpoint is cognition. And the problem with Alzheimer's is we really want to see the cognition change, which would be the home run. Imagine somebody decaying from Alzheimer's and then all of a sudden their decay stops or reverses. It'd be amazing. But the problem with Alzheimer's is we're defining the disease as a cognitive disease when we should be looking at the disease process that begins 20, 25 years before the cognition actually fails. So people with Alzheimer's and people with genes that cause Alzheimer's, the amyloid beta and the tau that builds up in this disease starts 20 years before the memory fades. So the drugs that help the memory, like Aricept and so forth, they work on a short term. They don't modify the disease. They're just sort of amping up the brain's cognition. This drug doesn't do that. But even if it sort of was a good idea, they're testing it far too late in the disease pathogenesis, where the patient's looking at 5 years left to live usually. You want to treat Alzheimer's 20 years ago, and it's very hard to do that because you have to wait a long time for a clinical trial to come out with. And that's why you might want to look at a surrogate endpoint like amyloid beta levels or some other neuronal damage level, and that would be a good thing to do. So they're really testing like the important endpoint, which is cognition. The only more important endpoint would be survival. So the surrogate is actually where they should go, because that is more realistic, and it's probably better to treat the disease that way. This is a lot like treating third line metastatic lung cancer, which is like after you've failed 2 attempts to treat the cancer, this is on your 3rd attempt. Usually, no matter what tumor type it is, that's like a 3-6 month kind of survival, and it's very hard to improve in that disease setting. So, that's sort of the equivalent here. When if you treat the cancer before it spreads, you have a much better chance of actually dealing with it molecularly. By the time it's the end, everything's going wrong molecularly and in the systems and the cells, that there's no real one way to sort of save the ship from sinking. But early days of cancer, you can. So I think that sort of analogy does work for what's happening here. And that alone is a good enough reason to short Cassava. Forget the people that got arrested or sued for fraud. Forget the pharmacokinetics. Forget the mechanism of action. Just the idea that they're doing a late stage Alzheimer's trial, it's 98% so far that have failed. So why buy a stock where, you might lose 98%? Well, if it's 1% of your portfolio, great. But the people out there that have huge positions, they should trim. But the people who you have 5% of your portfolio in this, look, you're going to learn something. You're either going to learn that you're better at biotech stock picks than Martin Shkreli, or you're going to learn that you're not as good. And if you're better than me at biotech stock picks, there's hundreds of more drugs to come out that you can prove. And, I'll go back to my hole. I'll become a computer programmer. I'll do something else. But my career has been in doing exactly this. And I'll be right on this one, and anybody along will be wrong. So if you want to test your acuity, your ability to do this, just do it with a small amount. It's kind of like, your first fight in MMA, you put your life savings on it. Well, you don't know if you're good at MMA yet. Why would you do that? I'm Brock Lesnar. I'm going to beat you up. And if you want to bet that you're better than me, start small. Don't go all in. If in your first poker hand, do you mortgage your house and go all in on your first poker hand? It would probably be better if you played poker for a long time. If you want to play for money to start with a couple of dollars slowly. And then, as you get more confident and more successful, put more money in. But I think a lot of people here are excited about oh my gosh, I can make 100x or 1000x. Let me just put half my portfolio in this. And that's just irresponsible and nuts. A lot of people have that gamble, that itch that they want to scratch in gambling. And honestly, no matter what I say, I don't think I could help those people. And they're going to do what they're going to do regardless. But, when I shorted the stock called Mankind years ago and I published about it, a lot of people thanked me and they said, you got me out of that stock and I would have lost all my money and I appreciate it. And Daniel Kahneman and Tversky, his partner, wrote a lot about this like behavioral economics thing where the fear of losses is much less scary than the excitement of gain. And so people will do reckless and risky things because they feel that gain potentially coming, and they'll ignore all the bad stuff. And they'll feel like, why be prudent when I might be rich? And, those people are not good investors. But there's nothing I can say that's going to change their mind. I can only say, like, you have nothing to... Let me just finish with... Corey, you're feedbacking too. So let me just say this real quick. You have nothing to prove to anybody, right? Like, if you're good at biotech picks, you will make tons of money. You will become a billionaire. I know somebody that became a billionaire just betting on binary events. If you're really good at this, it doesn't matter if you have 1%, 10%, or 100% of your portfolio, because there'll be another Sava, and because obviously you're very good at this, because you got it right, you will continue to make money in future Savas. You have nothing to prove that you're the best, that, 100% of your portfolio. If this could cause you financial harm, reduce your position, you'll still make money on the win. If this is a reasonable sized position for you, I wish you luck. I hope you make a ton of money. I think I'm going to make the money, not you, but I'll survive if I'm wrong, and you'll survive if you're wrong. What I don't like to see is somebody that's all in and putting their financial livelihood on the line over something they don't even understand because they read about it on some message board or something. But if you have a responsible bet of 5%, 10%, quite frankly, that's still a lot, or 1%, God bless you. But if you're here 50% or 100%, I just feel like I have to say something. Anyway, Corey, you want to say something?
I just wanted to say I respect all the work that you've done on this bet. I had come to a similar conclusion even after being long Sava on the way up and being so hopeful about it. But as more and more data came out, I really couldn't reconcile it, and so I switched. And I hope I'm actually wrong, because I think that this kind of drug and this kind of data that they, originally it showed before all the nonsense came out about it being adjusted and so forth, that kind of drug would just change so many people's lives. Having been personally impacted with family members who've had Alzheimer's, I think that I would hope somebody in the next few years with all this technology that's coming out will invent some way to address this need. But I just wanted to say, I understand that it's super risky for everybody. There's a lot of positioning going on here. And I just hope that people are making wise decisions for themselves.
Thanks, Corey. And what I'd say is I made a tweet just recently that Alzheimer's is going to bankrupt America and the world. As we get older and older, we solve cardiovascular issues. Unfortunately, not for my father, but for many people, cardiovascular issues like blood pressure and lipids are disappearing, diabetes as well. And that just means we're going to be 80 and 90 and 100. And that just means we're going to die from Alzheimer's. At this rate, we have no Alzheimer's drugs. Cassava is not going to help. But we need Alzheimer's drugs, and we hope that we can get some Alzheimer's drugs. The problem, and Bill Ackman responded to my tweet and thought it was a good idea. Recently, I tweeted that there should be exclusivity for anybody that wants to make an Alzheimer's drug. Their patent life should not matter. If you make an Alzheimer's drug, you should get 10 or 20 years of patent life automatically. And FDA has done this before with orphan drugs. There was such a need for orphan drugs because Big Pharma didn't care to make them, that they made an incentive, a 7-year incentive. No matter what your patent situation was, you get 7 years no matter what. And so I propose, a 10 or 15-year similar thing for Alzheimer's, because we need to incentivize people to do these really long trials. A friend of mine, as I mentioned, is an Alzheimer's startup guy, and he said, Martin, even if we had that, I don't think I could afford to do a 5 or 10-year clinical trial. And there are ways of handling that, but we really have never dealt with a disease that's a 30-year progressive disease, and that when you get the symptoms in year 25, you just fall off a cliff. So it's a very odd illness. We need to stop the disease from year 1 to year 25. Trying to stop it at year 5 doesn't do anything. And we don't have that many tools and clues on how to do this. So it's a tough spot. And, when I look at these companies, again, I have a heart, a lot of different illnesses in my family. I want people to be healthier. I want us to apply science to get that. But at the same time, the drug's structure is set in stone. It will not change no matter how much you or I say nice things or say bad things. The molecule is the molecule. The atoms are where they are. And the drug either works or it doesn't. We cannot change with our hopes and dreams whether a phase 3 works. And this phase 3 will not work. I'm dead certain of this. And, if you want to donate to charity, that's fine. But I ultimately think that, this isn't charity. You can donate to an academic lab that's researching Alzheimer's. That's a much better use of your money. So in any event, I think there's just a lot of greed from people who are long the stock. They just hope that they can make 100x and they make it the easy way. And they will learn that this is not the easy way to make money. It's the easy way to lose it. Contressin or anybody else, do you want to say anything? I should probably head out pretty soon here. Anybody at all?
Hey, I'm a physician. I agree with your thesis, just looking at it. Did you talk about why you think the stock's pumping up like 23% today?
Great question. So I'm glad you agree, Juan. Stocks are weird things. Over 25 years of trading, literally professionally at hedge funds and for myself, I'm reminded of Elon. So Elon Pharmaceuticals, which no longer exists, made the first A-beta antibody called bapineuzumab. And there was a book written about it called Black Edge. And bapineuzumab looked great. It was the first drug to ever, interact with the causal, what most people felt was the causal problem with Alzheimer's, amyloid beta aggregation. And the stock went up a ton right before their data came out. The data was bad, and the stock dropped 90%, and the phase 3s failed. I think that there's exciting anticipation. For example, at Powerball, a lot of people buy their ticket right before the Powerball drawing. It's hard to short. To short, you got to go locate the stock, and you got to do all this stuff. And so hedge funds can't react instantaneously if the stock goes up or something like that. And after the GameStop kind of fiasco and AMC, a lot of hedge funds just stopped shorting completely. Most of the biotech hedge funds I know have just said, you know what, what's the point? But the reality is drugs still fail. 98% of Alzheimer's drugs fail. We don't get that disease. We don't understand it. This thing has nothing to do with it. There's no chance. But, long buyers are still want to play lotto. They still want to scratch the itch. They don't want to invest. They want to gamble. The stock market's a casino to them. And that's fine. And if they want to gamble on this, as we all know, the casino wins. I will write you the call options. I will write you the long stock that you want. And when the bill is due, the bill is due. You might win for now, just like somebody might have a hot hand at blackjack. But like all gamblers, they will not be able to quit. And they will ultimately meet their maker. So I think the action before the actual event is often pretty crazy. Sometimes it goes up a lot. Sometimes it goes down a lot. Sometimes it does both. I've seen all of the above. Right now, there's a depression company called Numura. NMRA is their ticker. And the stock has dropped by 50% before their results came out. People think that most of Wall Street thinks those results will be bad. So the stock is selling off before the results. Here in Cassava, most of Wall Street thinks the results will be bad too, but the stock's gaining in front of the data. And again, possibly because of the lotto ticket effect, possibly for some other reason, possibly just because, look, somebody might say, you know what, I want to buy the stock, and I'm going to buy $100 million of the stock, and I'm going to mess with all the short sellers. Maybe not me specifically, but all the short sellers. Screw them. Or they decide they want to buy 100 million stocks for no reason. You can make a stock go up if you have enough money. And to me, none of that stuff matters. Does this drug work is the only thing that matters. And I think investor psychology is very important to traders and investors. But for me, I just try to figure out, okay, you have one product It either works or it doesn't. And I'll live with a little volatility. And that's why I always suggest when people short these things that they do a combination of shorting the common stock, selling calls, and buying puts, and making sure that no one kind of move can wipe them out. And so obviously, if you just short the stock, this move's been a little bit painful, but assuming you can hold on to it and you didn't put all of your money into it and that you had some kind of cash position, you're still able to survive this move up. If you've put all of your money in it, you made the exact same mistake the longs did, even though you're going to be right in the end. You have to be careful. The whole market can be irrational longer than you can be solvent thing is still a real thing. And in the GameStop era, it's even more of a real thing than it ever has been. So I feel like, you just have to protect yourself at all times. So I hope that helped. Any other questions?
Yeah, definitely. So basically the thesis is just very excited retail investors are piling in, and that's the action we're seeing now.
Yeah, that's what I think's happening.
Hey, Martin, just to follow up on that last question, actually, I know you have these short-dated puts. Are you just going to keep on buying more? You want the data to come sooner than later to kind of survive these potential moves, but are you going to just keep adding to those puts and as the stock goes up potentially?
Yeah, I have a bunch of dry powder. I think that a really good strategy is to buy the weekly expiring puts because one day they'll pay. And, they have to be at the right price. But there's only 20 days left, business days left, until the results come out. It just turned 4 o'clock, so the results might come out the 2nd. Usually press releases come out right after the market. But at some point, there will be the results. And if you own puts that are very cheap, you're going to be in heaven. But the puts will get more expensive as each week comes, as it's more likely that the results will come out. There's no free lunch. And the puts that expire, a month or two from now are extremely expensive because everybody knows this. Look, as smart as I think I am, there's nothing here that I said that isn't obvious to everybody watching. And that's why those puts are, you even have to pay up to buy the 5 puts. So there's nothing I'm saying here that's like super genius or anything like that. I'm just putting one and one together. I've seen this before, and I'm willing to say it publicly, which a lot of people aren't. So anyway, that's it. Last couple of questions as I got to go.
Hey, Martin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just more of a